All right, everyone. I don't think I have to wait like I always feel like I have to do until I see the live thing, which I can see now anyway. Welcome, huge movie fanatic Nate, reporting on this February 3rd, 2022. The first show of February. Luckily, January is far, not that far, but kind of far behind us. Let me give you a weather report from where I am in Minnesota. Let me do a refresh. Currently 2 degrees Fahrenheit where I am in Minnesota. It seems like it's been bitterly cold temperatures for 4, 5, 6 weeks. I'm freaking sick of it. It seems like some of the coldest weather we've had in a long time, like extended. Usually it's like you get a cold patch for a week, warms up, and then maybe you get a little bit of refuge, and then it'll have another cold week, and that'll be it for the winter. I mean, this winter, if I can start the show by bitching, I think I did that last week too. This winter, it's like seems like never ending cold. There'll be this freakish day every now and then, like where it's like gets up to close to 40, and then with the low at 2, and it's just like ridiculous. But just like with last week, I guess I'm in a little better spirits today to start the show, a little more motivated. But just like with last week, until people show up, I really don't know what the hell to talk about. I did buy and watch Ghostbusters Afterlife on Tuesday, and it was pretty much how I figured it would be. Part cool, part bad. I guess at the end of the day, mostly not cool. I did a review last night that's nearly an hour long that at some point, maybe next week or whatever, I'll plan to cut and upload if you want to know my thoughts on Ghostbusters Afterlife. It's strange. We had 2 people here when the show started, and now there's like no one. So hopefully they'll be back. I'm seeing someone now. So definitely elements of Ghostbusters Afterlife that I like, but I feel like it's definitely 15 or 20 minutes longer than it needed to be. Several characters I thought were completely unnecessary. I talk about it in my review, which hopefully will be up next week. Looks like there's a potential listener. Welcome. Feel free to say something in chat if you like, because I don't know what the hell I'm going to talk about until someone shows up. Yeah, I'm waiting for on January 25th, I believe, the Vinegar Syndrome Trauma and Creature Blu-rays came out. I'm waiting for them to go down in price. Trauma just dropped $1 overnight from 27, 90 whatever something to 26.90 something whatever. So keep on dropping, Trauma. I'm of the opinion not a lot of people or know much about Trauma. There's probably not a whole lot of Trauma fans. I'm talking about the Dario Argento movie from 1993. So I'm hoping that the price on the Trauma Blu-ray is going to drop, because I just as soon pay less than more. So that's my plan. With, in case people are wondering, like, why haven't you reviewed Creature or Trauma Blu-ray? It's because I'm cheap. And I've noticed over the years that when Blu-rays come out, they're expensive, and over time they go down in price. So it's just kind of like, oh, well, then I'll just kind of wait until it goes down in price, because I feel like an idiot to buy something at a higher price, and then because blue-ray.com does the thing where they update prices and stuff, and then like a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks later you see it for cheaper, and it's just like, fuck. I'm waiting for Halloween Kills Blu-ray to go on sale for $15 because I don't want to pay 22 for it. But this is me just blabbing about nothing until people show up. It looks like someone has shown up, but they're shy, which is fine. I'm not required to talk. I've actually got like a little mini candy cane in my mouth, in case you're wondering what's in my mouth. So so almost 5 minutes in, and that was my intro, I guess. Let's refresh the weather. Still 2 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, my luck. Supposed to get up to 4 by 5. At least it's not as bad as I'm supposed to get up to 2 by 4. But it's supposed to get up to 4 by 5, and then minus 2 degrees Fahrenheit by 8. with a low of, I don't know, -5, I guess, overnight. Yeah, I'm officially sick of. Oh, Matt's here. He's just reading something on Reddit. It's 48 degrees where he is in PA. Lucky you. If you want to connect via Skype, let me know and I'll turn my stuff on. I actually created a new system here where I popped the phone out of the case and connected to a Bluetooth speaker via wire. And I did a test on Skype, and I'm pretty sure it uses the microphone of the phone, and we can have the better quality matte sound on the speaker. So I'm interested to try that out. If you want, let me know in chat and I'll turn on my stuff. I'll start turning it on, assuming you'd be game for that. I'm assuming. Yeah, I did a test with that little Skype recorder thing, and I think it uses the mic from the phone, and we can plug and we can hear you on Bluetooth speaker for better matte. Okay, cool. Well, I'll sign into Skype and you call me when you're ready. He's looking at stuff on Reddit. Oh, sounds like just when we got things figured out, the noise is back. Okay, so do I have to restart or what are we talking? Did it just show up? Why don't we give the noise maybe a little bit to go away, or keep me updated on the noise? Okay, it just showed up. Sometimes it goes away. I guess if it doesn't go away, we'll have to restart. Keep me updated, please. It's constant now, the noise. Okay. Fabric. I mean, fantastic. Fabric. Okay. It was a kind of a fun intro, too. Well, I guess I can keep the intro. Oh, what would you say, Matt? Should I restart? What a fucking joke. Help get me out of this white noise trap. Oh, fuck. Well, we'll just give it a little to go away. If it doesn't go away, I'll have to restart. What a crock of shit. I wouldn't think there'd be interference with the phone and the mic because I got the phone where it was last week. It's worth. I mean, it's a thought, but the phone is where it was last week. I guess, I mean, I don't think it's the Bluetooth speaker. It's sitting right next to the mic. Because we did that one thing where, weeks ago we did it, and with the speaker, and the quality on your end sounded like crap, and the speaker was right next to the mic. Hold on, I'm gonna go to it and listen to it. Yeah, it could be a 5 gig. There's no towers by my house, luckily. Now okay, Matt's saying the noise just went away. Sometimes that happens. I'm gonna try to listen to it. Okay, yep, it's gone. I love the infinite loop. It's not actually infinite, but okay, so why don't we just run with it? Because sometimes as it just did, it comes and goes. Yeah, I guess it's LED street light down the road, not across the street or anything. Yeah, who knows? I think I'm on. Let me just double check. I think my Skype is on and ready to receive whenever it's convenient for you. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, another thing I'm going to have to do is turn on the speaker. Okay, we're all set whenever you're ready to phone in, whenever it's convenient for you. In the meantime, I'm curious. Okay, sounds good. Let's get a weather report. Where the hell? Yeah, I don't know why the history shows some things and some things it doesn't. Unless I went through too many. Okay. Oh, there it is. So, it's up to 3 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, lucky us. Matt says he's still charging his phone and reading. Okay, must be something very, very interesting on. He's reading. That's fine. No one else. I saw someone pop in and then they popped out. So, incidentally, I over the course of the last week, just bits and pieces here. I finished it last night. I listened to the last week's show, and I got to tell you, having someone else on the phone is really entertaining. And it was nice to talk about more. We talked mostly about non-current events, which was fun, and I'm hoping Matt has some more factoids for us. And another thing that's fun when you have someone on the phone is then there's people in chat, and they also kind of drive the direction of the conversation between the two people, on voice, which is really kind of fun. And I thought last week's show was kind of fun. Definitely did. So, okay. Hello? Hello? Okay, I'm just trying to. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here. Talk.
I'm just fixing my fan. So, hold on a second. Still doing the feedback thing?
I don't think so. I'm trying to get this. I don't know why this thing isn't. It's going out of the phone speaker and not the.
Oh, how do I sound? I didn't even.
Well, right. That's what I'm currently figuring out. Like you're coming out of the phone speaker, not the speaker. So I'm trying to.
I'm gonna talk and let me see if I sound okay.
Yeah, right. What I'm saying is it's not coming out of the speaker that I plugged in via the wire. So I'm trying to troubleshoot.
I heard myself, so I don't know if it's set up D1.
The phone's right by the mic like it normally is. I'm just wondering why it's not coming out of. Oh shit! If I press Skype, here, let me try something.
Mm-hmm.
Talk.
All right.
Fuck yeah! I switched it from phone to headphones. Okay, now you're on the Bluetooth speaker. How do I sound?
You sound the same. I sound like I'm echoing a little bit.
Okay, now you on your end, you sound like you're echoing. I thought that.
Yeah, just to my headphones. Yeah. Well, they went away now. I don't know. Maybe the volume was too high.
Yeah, I thought that might be an issue. I guess hopefully it's not an issue.
Let me.
Why don't you
sound?
Why don't you talk for a while and see how you sound?
All right. Okay. I'll talk. Let me talk and then I'll mute my mic so I don't echo into the. I'm gonna talk and mute. Let me hear myself now. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay.
If you're good on your end. Oh.
I'm just trying to see if the levels are all right. Like if you're too loud or.
Right. I just don't want any echoing on your situation. Otherwise, we're.
No, I'm not echoing now. I guess what we're hearing is coming right out. Are you saying you're hearing the quality of just my microphone for my headphones?
No, I'm not hearing any feedback now.
No, the stream.
I guess.
Like, are they hearing?
I don't know. Are they hearing?
Are they hearing you? Are you? You said you plugged your phone directly, or I don't know. You did something different.
So
what
let
did
me
you do?
so let me explain what I did. So I just plugged in the Bluetooth speaker via a wire instead of Bluetooth, so that way we can have the better sounding Matt, and I sound normal to you with the phone speaker, or phone microphone rather.
Okay. So you're not using Bluetooth, you're using a wire directly from your phone to the Bluetooth speaker?
Yeah.
And you're listening to me through your Bluetooth speaker?
Yeah.
And then how is my voice getting sent to the chat, to the YouTube?
The speaker is right in front of the YouTube show microphone.
Oh, so you're still micing my So you're still micing my my voice from the speaker.
Yep.
Okay. I thought you changed it where like our Skype call is getting directly sent to you. You know what I mean? Like instead of micing your speaker, I thought you meant like you were just live. You know what I mean? Like
I do know what you mean. I don't know if I've got fast enough internet to do that. I don't even know how to do that. But I think this will sound great with the speaker.
I mean, it sounds like what it did last week, more or less.
It probably sounds better. I think it's less tinny.
Oh, okay. I can't really tell because I can't listen to it too long to really dice. I mean, it sounds good enough. I mean, it's not worse than last week, so that's good. I thought last week was all right, but yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it's not as tinny.
I don't think it's as tinny.
How were you recording my voice last week?
Just the iPhone sitting in front of the microphone.
Oh, so he was coming off the iPhone speakers.
Could you believe it? Yeah, the last couple of weeks.
That makes sense. Yeah, so it's definitely not going to be as tinny because that makes sense.
Yeah, but I mean, for just being the iPhone speaker, you sounded pretty good. So
yeah, it just didn't have any bass to it, you know. But other than that, it was just tinny. But yeah, it sounded fine. But what can you expect? It's a phone speaker. You can't really have much bass to it. And you have an iPhone 6S.
Yep, you remember?
Yeah, so you've got one of the best. I mean, you have the last iPhone that had the headphone jack, so you've got a treasure right there, you know.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm going to keep it as long as it works.
I stand corrected. Technically the last iPhone with the headphone jack was the original iPhone SE that came out like a year after your phone.
Oh,
but it's the same. It's like the same phone as the 6S. It's got like the same CPU and all that stuff. So it's like the same speed and all. It's just a smaller phone. You know, it's got the 5S body. But yeah, that was technically the last. But yeah, I mean, more or less the same phone though. You just have a bigger screen.
I would imagine that hopefully they make a little a lightning thing where you can like charge and plug in a headphone at the same time.
Yeah, they do.
So if one had to do that, they could because
they do.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah, it's like again, but you got to buy it. It's $12. But I guess once you have it, you have it.
That's true. Once you have it, you have it. I'm seeing 3 listeners, no one else speaking in chat. So I don't want to distract you or stop you from your reading. I don't want to get in the way of your reading.
No, it's all right. I mean, I got on the Skype thing, so I would have. I'll read it later. It's not a big deal. I'm just reading, you know, just whatever's going on in this shit world today. Just keeping, you know.
Oh, you're keeping
reading.
Yeah, the low vibes. Gary Page. I was gonna say Harry Gary Page is here. He says hi, Nate and Matthew. Welcome, Gary, once again. Harry Gary.
It's raining where I'm at right now. It's 48 and it's raining.
Oh, you lucky son of a.
It's foggy and raining.
That sounds like freaking March and April around here. You lucky. I was worried. Yeah, apparently you're not going to get that big storm, I guess.
There's another one. We had like.
Oh, was that?
We had like 6 inches. I mean, they call. Oh, it's a blizzard. Oh, it was a normal snowstorm we've had.
Oh, so that thing they were saying was 100-year storm was just a normal blizzard.
Yeah, it was not even a blizzard. What we had, I would not consider a blizzard. But you know, these days, everything is just got to be the end of the fucking world.
Oh shit!
It was like I looked at the thing. It was like you might get 6 to 11 inches, and we didn't even get 11, or we didn't even get a foot. We may have gotten like I don't know. I didn't really double check, but it wasn't even a foot of snow.
Well, I'm glad it wasn't a huge storm like they said.
Like most years we've gotten so little snow this year, and then that was the biggest storm we've had, and that wasn't even. Yeah, I mean there were storms that we've had that we had like 2 feet of snow growing up. You know what I mean? We've or whatever. Like we've gotten like almost. I don't know if we ever gotten straight 2 feet in one shot, but we've had like almost 2 feet of snow before growing up where I live, and then they're like, whatever. This wasn't even a foot. Wasn't even a foot. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't even a foot, and it was just the end of the world.
That's true. So in my lifetime, seeing as how I'm a little over a decade older than you, that my history is the same thing. In the 80s and the 90s, you'd have mammoth snowfalls and no one bats an eye. These days, everyone's saying, it's going to snow, the blizzard of the century, and it's just nothing.
Yeah, well, it's kind of freaky that like we're getting like, and as I've gotten older, that's one thing I have noticed. We don't get as big of snowstorms as we used to get. I don't know why. I don't know if, like I said, I don't know what they're doing up in the skies, but I don't know if it's just it could be just a coincidence, because I'm not one of those people that think everything's going to be, but it's just, I've noticed that we just, every year, it's like, it just seems like we get less and less snow, at least where I live.
So do you think that's do you enjoy less snow, or do you want more snow?
I enjoy less snow, but I'm not.
It's kind of eerie.
It's telling me if it's not natural, I don't like that. If they're doing something, then that's not good. If something's going on in our world that's causing less snow in an area that should have had more snow, then I don't know. I mean, I could probably verify this with the data. I never really looked. It's just something I've noticed, but at least, but it's kind of a recent thing. I'm telling you, it's only been the past 5 or 6 years. It's been seemingly less and less snow. It's not like it's been a long trend that I've noticed a lot less snow, but could be just a fluke. But I don't know. Like I said, a lot of crazy shit's been happening the past 4 or 5 years, so it seems like it correlates.
Oh, here's a question based on how we ended last week's show. If you remember and don't mind sharing, what did you have to go out and get a cheesesteak?
No, I never went out to get
Oh, okay.
Nah. No, I never got it. I wish. I just didn't. I just too lazy.
Too lazy for
I just stayed in my shed all day.
Oh, okay.
Well, I did go out to. Did I tell you a mouse or something chewed up one of my coolant hoses?
Yeah, that was last week. Yep.
Yeah, so I managed to find a hose that semi-fit. Like it was too tight, but it was too tight, but it's a rubber hose, so you can kind of, you know what I mean?
Yep.
It wasn't like it was just a little bit too small, but I mean, it was like that's all they had, and it was like whatever. It worked. I mean, I think it worked. I mean, it's on there. It's definitely not coming off. So
good.
And then the lady charged me. Speaking of the devil, I should probably check that now before I forget. But she charged me too much, and I was like, "You charged me for an extra foot of hose," and then like, "Oh, well, okay." It's like you don't pay attention for 1 second, and you're getting like, you know what I mean?
Screwed.
Yeah, it's like, but I don't think she intentionally did it, but it's just complete incompetence. Like you're just gonna get. Okay, so yeah, all right. So the money's back in my account. I was just checking because yesterday when I was like, oh, you charged me too much, and then they said, all right, swipe your card, we'll give you whatever, you know what I mean? And then I guess it didn't go through right away because yesterday when I got home, I noticed that they didn't credit my account, and then so I checked right now, and it looks like they did credit it, so that's good.
Gary says, blame a country in the Far East that caused the thing we don't talk about. Oh. Okay.
Gary, I obviously I'm not going to say what you said, so because the algorithm, but yeah, so they don't know what I'm referring to, YouTube, so they won't censor it, but that's not real. That's total bullshit. When they talk about that.
Yeah, thanks for the input, Harry. Shit, I don't know why I want to call you Harry.
I mean, they have. I mean, you could say this. This is not this is not something they censor, but. Because they talk about it. It's not something they censor at all. It's not, they don't even hide it. They have weather modification technology. This is not, they've had it since Vietnam. Like they seeded the clouds in Vietnam because of the terrain, and they've done a lot more stuff. So they have the ability to manipulate the weather. I don't know how far they can take it, but knowing that, I mean, that should cause anyone to bring up red flags when they start talking about, I can't say it because
I appreciate that.
But yeah, it's just like.
Do you also notice the more recent terminology in regards to weather phenomenon, like they're naming things like bomb cyclones and stuff?
They
They're
mean what?
they're bomb cyclones. Yeah, they refer to a storm or a hurricane or some kind of weather event with the word bomb in it. Bomb cyclone.
So they're like priming you. They're already priming you for like these crazy weather events that aren't natural or
and possibly a little inside information on how it's created.
Yeah, unfucking believable.
You didn't know they're using the terminology bomb, cyclone, nuclear storm. Oh, okay. Gary
said, I mean, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, God knows what they'll do with earthquakes and stuff. And
oh yeah, there was a James Bond
volcanoes.
movie, View to a Kill from the 80s. The bad guy, Christopher Walken, his intention was to put bombs under the San Andreas Fault to flood Silicon Valley so he could, corner the microchip market.
It's like, oh my God. It's like it's so obvious we're living in a Bond villain or Marvel, whatever you want to call it. Like, it's like, to me, it's so obvious. Like, they don't even try to hide it. It's like, it's so obvious we're living in this, like, obvious a 5-year-old could see this as evil. Like, because they don't even, like, they make it so obvious, but then yet seemingly, like, at least half the people are like, they're good people. They're just trying to help us.
Yeah.
That's the most psychotic thing ever. Like, I don't ever recall seeing in movies like more than half the people seemingly like supporting these clearly evil people that like want pretty much us dead or enslaved. I mean, that's something the movies never really or any I didn't even see coming. I thought eventually you'd be like, oh, these people are really fucking evil. They deceived me. Like, they want me dead. Doesn't seem to happen.
Gary says Harry was his dad's brother's name.
But yeah, anyway, yep.
Gary says
called what?
What?
No, I was just saying it's called harp. You know that the harp.
Oh yeah, I've known about that for years. Yeah, we can talk. Yeah. We can say that word. That's fine.
Yeah. They don't censor that stuff. Again, that stuff they don't hide. They don't hide this from you. They talk about this. I mean, they have private companies that you can watch. I watch documentaries on like that do that seed clouds and do stuff. And they say it's the help, like in California where they get a lot of droughts, but so it's not something, it's something they don't talk about a lot because they don't really want everyone to really look into it too much.
But if you do, you don't get in trouble if you talk about it because
if you were to say the boogeyman word and then say, oh, they're doing it, then they might not like that. But
we won't say that then. Gary hardly gets snow in the UK there now. I don't know. Gary just made a funny comment. I don't know if he's joking here. I'm assuming he's joking. He says, can they manipulate the weather? I'll let Matt take it.
Literally 100%. And I think they can manipulate all weather, like not just a rainstorm, like all of it. Like you mentioned in that movie, they blow up to get the fault line. Like that's not rocket science. They can blow up and send bombs underneath to trigger earthquakes. I mean, they can, yeah.
Do you?
They can make a hurricane. I mean, I don't know how far they can take it, but they can 100% control the weather. I don't think they can I don't think they have the ability to because what storms are a ton of energy. I don't think they have the energy to really create some crazy shit right from nothing. But I think they have the ability to. They call it manipulate it, make it worse, make it worse, or actually make it less severe. Sorry, what?
Influence the weather.
Influence, yeah. But they also have the ability to make like a really bad storm not as bad, from what I gather. Like, they can do the opposite too. Like, I don't know.
Right. If it's coming to where they live, they'll make it less bad.
Yeah. Exactly right. Yep.
I was gonna ask Gary. He says they hardly get snow in the UK there now. I was gonna ask Gary if you enjoy the less snow or if you miss the less snow, Gary. What's your take on that? So what the hell's been going on with Matt?
No, just living in my shed, just
living the dream, shed life.
Living in my tiny house.
Gotta get a shirt made that says shed life.
I got my car semi-fixed. I think it's fixed. I haven't really taken it for a run because it wasn't like the main coolant hose. It was just the hose that goes to that expansion tank. You know, like the tank that it's the hose that goes to there. So it's not like it's not like a main coolant hose that you're running coolant through constantly.
That's a relief.
It's just for when it's that tank is just for when there's too much pressure built up in your system and it just lets it out into that tank. So you gotta really drive your car for a bit. I don't know how often because it's not like I pop my hood to notice when
stuff's in there.
Yeah. It's only when I don't even know. I don't know how often that tank actually would get, filled up. Like I don't know what the conditions would be. I mean, obviously higher pressure, so I imagine driving for a while in probably hot weather or driving really hard. I don't know. Then again, it could happen from normal driving. I've never really like looked into it or studied like how often that has to leak over into that. I don't know. I'm not gonna. And I don't like it. If I don't know it, I don't want to speak out my ass about something.
That's true. Gary Page doesn't like the snow, so I guess having less snow there is good for Gary. All right, win-win.
So UK doesn't have as much snow either, so it's not just.
Yeah, it seems to be global, except for Minnesota. It's the same.
Yeah, well, maybe they're just not concerned with Minnesota. They're just like, well, I'll leave this.
Well, right. Now. I mean, we're known for the winters, so they can't take that from us. I love it. I love it if they would take it from us. We've actually had some mild winters in the past in early springs and stuff. I'm hoping for another early spring where the snow's gone, mid-March would be amazing.
Yeah, that's an early. I mean, that's even an early spring for where I live.
Wow.
Well, I guess it depends on what you mean by mid. Yeah. I mean, mid-March is.
What I mean by mid-March is the middle of March.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to think like by usually mid-March is like it's raining a lot. It's maybe 40 degrees, maybe 50, maybe 60. You know what I mean? It kind of fluctuates.
So do you have snow on the ground there then now or what?
It's melting.
Well, yeah, melting because of the rain
and
the weather.
Pretty much going to be gone probably today.
Oh my God, lucky.
Yeah, I don't really care. I mean, I like driving in snow when I can drift around and stuff.
Oh yeah, I bet you'd like that.
Yeah, but other than that, I don't really care about it. I mean, it's fun to snowboard. I used to snowboard, but I don't really go anywhere to snowboard, so I don't know. I mean, it's fun to fuck around in the snow with whatever toys you have, but yeah, I don't know. I guess it's not a big deal because I don't work and have to drive in it like to go to work, so it doesn't really bother me,
I understand. Gary says, I live in the north. It rains a lot, but we can get a heat wave in the summer if we pray hard enough. I don't know if he's serious or joking.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Gary here.
Sounds like the Seattle of the UK. What do you mean?
Yeah, I thought the UK always rained.
That's true.
Yeah, the UK was always known for rain, I thought.
Yeah, cobblestone roads and rain and fog.
Yeah, rain and fog. I mean, I thought like England was like, I don't know if this is still true, but I thought I read somewhere that England. I don't know. I saw it in a video. I never verified it, but someone was reviewing a Miata or something.
Oh, and it's like, I never get to put the top down, damn it.
Well, they said, they were an England guy, and he's like, he's right. Like, you never get to put the top down. But he's like, for a place that has like no sunny days. He's like, apparently England is like, I never verified it, but he said they buy the most convertibles. And he's like, I guess his thinking was, I guess when the day is sunny, you want to really take advantage of it. So you got a convertible, which makes sense. I mean, because it's not like you can't drive the Miata or a convertible when it's raining. It's not like it matters.
Yeah.
And then when it is sunny, you can put the top down and enjoy the 2 days of sunshine you got.
Oh my God.
And then like a place like California, Southern California, or like Arizona, I guess, like Southern California, you could drive your Miata without a top pretty much year round.
You don't have to.
Like,
you don't have to
you don't
put
even
it
have
up.
to have a top. You can take it out.
Yeah.
Like I guess every now and again you might get stuck in a storm, but like it's like if it's not your main car, you probably don't even need to put a top on it.
Yeah, for a while there, I was contemplating moving to Arizona and thought, you can just, all you need is a Miata in Arizona, hardtop, Miata that goes down into the trunk. I was just like, I'm going to get one of those and move to Arizona. I never did.
Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't mind living in a no humid, no humidity there.
Yeah. Warm and no humid. Yeah. I hate humidity.
Yeah. Because there's no bugs too.
Yeah. There's so many
mosquitoes.
So many pluses, but I'd miss all the forests and the trees and the green though.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it'd be cool to live there for like a year or two just to experience it.
Just to try
and then move back. Yeah, because it's like I've never experienced living in like a semi-desert.
Yeah,
like that'd be kind. You know what I mean? Like I think you would eventually miss the green, but I don't know if that would happen. Like because it'd be such a new experience. Like, oh shit, it's winter and it's like 65 degrees out.
Yeah.
And just seeing all the cactuses and all the quote unquote brown desert. I mean, like that's cool, but again, that would eventually kind of. I don't know. I don't know. I say that now. Maybe I wouldn't really care because maybe you'd be like, well, because it still looks pretty. A lot of those places, like depending on where you live in Arizona, they still have like greenery. It's not, you know what I mean? It's not like as green as where we live. But
yeah.
It's like they still have like plant life. It's just a different type of like they have cactuses.
Desert plant, yeah.
Desert plants, yep. There's no mowing your lawn. Again, I guess you still have to deal with like poisonous spiders and like snakes and shit. But like there's no mosquitoes, you know what I mean? There's no like do they even have like flies? I mean, I guess they have flies.
They probably have flies, I would think.
Yeah, they have flies. Yeah, they have to have flies, but yeah, there's no mosquitoes. Like, there's no, like, they don't even have to have like screens on their freaking windows because they don't have to worry about bugs flying in.
Yeah,
like that's so crazy to me. Like, if I have a little hole in my screen, I have bugs. You know what I mean? Like, a tiny hole. Like, I've got bugs in my freaking shed.
Oh God! And what about the ones that are small enough to go through the screen, like gnats and stuff?
Yeah, I don't really get many of them, to be honest.
Oh, okay. Well, lucky. We got a feedback from Gary. He says cobblestone is all gone now. Matthew, spot on. See so many idiots with soft top cars. We don't get the weather until June, July, August.
I mean, I don't get a lot of sunny. I mean, I don't think I'm bad as England, but I don't, where I live, it's not like it's cold. We have a decent winter. It's not like I get more sunny days than England, but it's not like I get a fuck ton. I mean, I'll put my top down in the fall. It doesn't have to be warm for me to put my top down as long as it's not raining.
How hot does it get there in the summer? Does it get hot or is it not so hot?
Yeah, it gets pretty hot.
Oh,
okay.
Like,
it'll get up and like depending. It's like, it's kind of like how the end of January and February are like the coldest month of winter. Like the further you get into winter, you hit the peak and it gets the coldest. I think like it's kind of like the same thing with the summer. Like it's May it's really nice. June it starts to get like warmer, and then by I want to say July is like the warmest month, but
yep.
Like maybe like July into early August is like you'll get 90+ degree days at times.
Yep.
And then by like August, like. Yeah, like maybe beginning of August, it's still hot, but like your second week into August, the temperature's going down. You could start to feel that fall's coming.
Yeah, it sounds pretty similar to here.
Yeah, I don't think we're much different. We're just warmer. It's just
you don't get the cold in the winter, yeah.
Yeah, it's just we're probably we're warmer in the summer than you are, and we don't get as cold in the winter. It's just shifted up a little.
Yeah.
But we would have this. We would make sense that we'd have the similar climate because we have similar greenery, like similar climate. It's just you're just colder. That's all.
Yeah.
But you probably about it. What?
I said, tell me about it.
But you probably have a lot more pine trees and stuff where you live.
Yeah, I think we got a decent amount.
That's something I noticed even in like Vermont, which isn't really that farther up from me, but it's like 6, 7, 8 hour drive up north to Vermont. And when I was there, I noticed there was a lot more pine trees, like in their forest area, like a lot more pine trees.
Yeah, I mean I like pine trees. The smell of pine, I love it.
Yeah, because I'm used to the woods around here in PA, and we have a few pine trees here and there. But when I drove to Vermont, I was like, wow, I mean, because you smell other trees too, but you really could smell the pine tree in the air. It was like I wasn't used to that, and it smelled really good. It was like,
yeah.
holy shit. Like, oh man, it was almost intoxicating. Like, wow, this is.
You want another hit of the pine?
Smell like what?
Want another hit on that pine?
It just smelled. It smelled really good. And at that time I was living in Philadelphia, so all I was used to smelling was
car exhaust.
Well, no, I wish it was just car exhaust. Oh my god, like sewer. Like it's a city, so it's just disgusting. You're just smelling shit and pollution and just everything. And yeah, you're not really smelling many plants. I'll tell you that. So when I drove through Vermont, I was like, holy shit. I mean, ooh, it was crazy, the difference.
Wow. I bet you were glad to get out of there.
Oh yeah, I specifically drove there to get away from the city. Yep. Drove my Miata. It was very nice. I camped out, and I got so lucky when I went there because I found a free camping site in Vermont, and it was pretty nice. Like you went off the road, and you had to drive a good bit to get to the campsite. Like the campsites were spaced out really far.
Wow.
Like you drive down this dirt road with some gravel, and God, it must have been like there must have been I don't know 7 or 8 campsites down this dirt road, and the dirt road was probably over a mile long, easy, maybe even 2 miles, to get to the end of it. Like it, you're not going that fast because it's like a dirt road, and you don't want to, kick up any crap on your car, but. Yeah, and I drove all the way to the last campsite pretty much just to be, just to be further away from people.
Yeah.
But even that being said, it's like the campsites were really spaced out. God, I want to say I didn't really measure it, but at least you were at least a quarter mile away from other campers.
Jeez.
Your campsite was at least a quarter mile. You had to walk at least a quarter mile to get to the next campsite. And then, like I said, I drove all the way to the end, so I didn't have anyone to the right of me, no one there. I had people behind me, I guess. But so that being said, it was nice and quiet. I didn't hear anyone. And I'm not, I used to camp in Boy Scouts, but that was my first time just doing it myself. And I guess I don't know. It was just nice. It was just I got really lucky. It was really quiet and just really secluded, and it was free. And yep.
God. So did you just do one night or what?
Yeah, I wanted to do more, but I guess I don't know. I don't know why I went home. I don't know why. I don't know. For some reason I only did one night. I just drove back like an idiot.
Gary.
Oh, it's also because I didn't want to keep spending money. I don't know. I was just being weird.
You missed the video games.
No, it's just there wasn't. I don't know. I guess I just didn't want to do. I don't know. I was eating my I was eating a sandwich. I brought a sandwich back at night, during dinner time, and I was just I don't know. I had to go I don't know. I was just I'm just gonna go. I don't know what.
It sounded like one night was enough.
Yeah. Maybe that's all it was, or one day. It was one night, and then I spent the whole day driving around and doing stuff, And I was like, I guess it's enough, And it was only maybe a 5.5 hour drive, so it wasn't you know what I mean? It wasn't a crazy drive home. So
Gary asks if that was bear country you were.
Yeah, I guess there were not not like grizzly bears, but yeah, there'd be like those little black bears. I think were out there, but I wasn't worried about them.
Okay, well, there you go.
It's those big bears you got to worry about. Grizzlies and black bears are. I don't know. I guess they've killed people, but they're not that big. Like I think they'd be they're scared of you.
Yeah, I think so. You see a lot of videos when they're on someone's deck and they say, "Get out of here," and they just run away like pussy.
They run away. Yeah, I'm not worried about them. Now, if I saw a grizzly bear, a grizzly bear still. I know they want to keep their distance, but they're so much. Oh my god, they don't have a problem with mauling your ass if it comes down to it.
Yeah.
Like if you get unlucky and she's with her mama bear with her cubs or some shit, like you're fucked. But I guess technically a black bear, I think that's when they do attack, because I think they'll still attack if they're like with their cubs. I think that's usually what happens. But yeah, I don't know. I don't worry about bears. I mean, people get scared, but it's like the chances of a bear mauling my ass are like, dude, I have a way greater chance of some idiot slamming into me, rear-ending me and killing me or T-boning me or whatever, driving to bear country than I do getting eaten or even you know what I mean? Yeah. Having a bear even do anything to me.
That's
like
a good point.
Statistically, that is a way higher, infinitely higher. Or there's probably a better chance that some psycho is going to come and just shoot me than a bear, Not that I'm worried about some guy shooting me, but you know what I'm saying? Like, other humans are a way, way bigger threat than really any animal on this planet.
That's true.
So I don't worry, I mean, I obviously if I was in, I would probably bring bear spray, but I don't know.
Gary says, big bear, small bear, I'd still run a mile. All right, Gary.
Yeah, yeah, I think, does your area have bears more? Like, do you have grizzly bears?
I don't think we've got grizzlies. Probably just them. If we do, probably just the black bears stuff,
Yeah.
I don't think
you don't have to worry about black bears.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think I can remember seeing a bear. I remember my mom lived for many years out in the country with her drunk boyfriend, and oh, you're outside, huh?
Oh, sorry, I was by my window.
my mom lived with their drunk boyfriend out in the country. I did this stupid thing. For some reason, it was nighttime. I went out the house out back to take a piss because I like pissing outdoors. That's the kind of guy I am. Just like save a flush.
Yeah.
Commune with nature and piss on it. And it was just
mark your territory.
Mark my territory. Yep. I go to the back of the house, completely dark. I can't see anything, and just let her go. And then I hear this. I can't even remember what it was, but it sounded like a very deep kind of nasal, just something like.
Shit!
I ran so fast back into the front of the house. I'm thinking that was probably, it had to have been some kind of bear. That couldn't have been a deer.
No, they don't make those kind of noises, dude.
So no, they don't.
And if it was like a lower pitch, then it was clearly a bigger animal.
Yeah, so that might have been a bear. So that was freaky because it's like I never got to see what it was or how big it was or anything. But that was lesson learned for me.
Yeah, sound like bear was making his home there, and you thought it was your home.
Well, yeah, I was visiting. Yeah.
I'm sure that bear would have ran away if you had just pulled a flashlight out.
Yeah, well, I did the running first, so I think I did the right thing.
Yeah, you were the prey animal.
I was the prey. Yeah, Gary says Cropsy or Jason. That's scary. I don't know if he's saying that based on the experience I just said. I can't remember if he said that before or after my experience, but regardless, yeah, that was scary.
Have you ever gone like fishing in the ocean?
No, I didn't spend much time in the ocean. I only visited oceans a couple times, and I honestly, we may have talked about this before, but I don't really, because I'm a big swimmer in the land of 10,000 lakes. I like lakes, swimming in lakes and snorkeling. But what I hated about being in the ocean is just the level of salt in the water was so. I hate it.
Yeah, it's very salty, but I like the waves are cool, and the beach is cool.
The beach is cool, but I can agree about the beach being cool. I like the sound of the waves more than being pummeled by the waves.
Really nice sound. Yeah, very relaxing.
Being used to lakes, I'm not used to being constantly pummeled by waves. So I'll agree that the sound of waves is nice, but not the feel.
But it's fun to I used to boogie board on the waves.
Oh yeah,
that was so much fun.
I can understand that. Yeah, I never bothered.
And I don't surf. I mean, it'd be cool to surf. I used to snowboard, but I can imagine surfing is a ton of fun. So yeah, I mean, waves are just another thing to have fun with, like this natural occurring thing of this energy that you can just have fun with and ride.
Oh yeah. That's true. Yeah, whenever I was there, I never had any boogie board or anything with.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's a lot of fun boogie boarding. Yeah. Or I mean, yeah, boogie board. I had a lot of fun, and it's not like I had crazy waves, like just Jersey Shore or like South Carolina. So the waves don't get that crazy. But for a boogie board, you don't really want a wave that's gonna kill you. You know what I mean? Like the bigger the wave is, like I don't even it's because there were at one point where the waves got pretty bigger because there was a hurricane out in the ocean, so the waves started to get bigger than normal, and it was cool. Don't get me wrong, but it was I wiped out bad a few times as a kid. I mean, we're talking the waves got bigger and I crashed a couple times, and I was getting thrown and tumbled into the sand, literally someone's just throwing you into the sand all the way up into the shoreline. I wasn't even able to come up for air until I hit the shore. I mean, that was just a little bigger of a wave. It's I can't imagine going to Hawaii or California and trying to boogie board. I don't even know if you can. You would just get probably thrown off that board.
Yeah, I would imagine that's more surfboarding stuff than.
Yeah, because surfboards, they're they just ride the side of the wave. I mean, they're not boogie board, and you just let the wave take you. And I don't know. I guess someone can do it. I guess there's a technique of boogie boarding, but I don't know, man. I was just a kid, so I was just this little kid. I wasn't gonna, It was fun though. Yeah. I like lakes too. I love lakes. I like the lakes are different because they're calm. It's calm water,
Oh yeah, I love that.
And then the rivers are cool because you can get you ever go whitewater rafting? There's rapids and stuff.
No, it's a little too much for me.
For you?
Yeah.
Too much adrenaline.
Yeah.
You could die doing it. You could die doing it.
Yeah, well, that's just it. Having been in a near fatal car wreck at 19, I just kind of.
Oh yeah. What car were you driving when that happened?
Oh, that was just a big bummer too. It was my first car, and just by miraculous chance or whatever it was, I'm not exactly sure on the exact model, but it was an 84 BMW something or other. It was
oh shit!
It was
an old BMW.
It was it was a 4-door BMW. It was the saddest thing in the world because I got it in May, and then the woman crossed the center line and smashed me in November, and we'd just gotten winter new tires for it. And
oh man, how long do you think you would have kept on?
Man, that car was so fucking nice. I don't know. I just loved that car, and I was really interested to see how long it was going to go, but we'll never know.
Why did she cross the center line? What happened?
Well, actually, I never met her, so I never had a chance to ask. This is probably why. There was a curve in the road, and she probably didn't follow the curve. She just kept going straight. I don't even remember the impact. You
were just going around a curve and she hit you head on or something?
Yeah, I was just driving, following the curve, and then I woke up in the ambulance. I don't remember the impact at all.
So she hit you head on?
Head on, yep.
And what happened to her?
She broke her hip.
What was she driving?
I don't remember. I don't think I ever knew. I got the pictures of the two cars with their, smashed, side shot of both cars with their, smashed head on. I mean, it was as head on as you could possibly be. I mean, it wasn't just kind of head on. It was she was completely in my lane.
Because sometimes if you hit the side, you might it's not as bad because you would spin out and like, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Like if she, you know, if you guys don't hit completely head on, then you kind of just get your car gets thrown back. And but yeah, if you get hit head on, then guess what? You're both taking all that impact, and you're probably both stopping, and that's not good. That's the worst. Oh man, that's crazy. That's like such a nightmare situation.
Yeah, I was so fucking pissed off.
And now it's even worse because I'm that's what I'm really scared about driving now. It's like if I end up in the hospital, like, oh God, you could be dead now. Not because of the car accident. You know what I mean?
I've thought about that. I mean, you might
I'm like,
have,
dude, I, you know, like even if I'm dying, just let me die on the side of the road. But like, oh my God, that scares me so much. Like next thing you know, I'm on a fucking ventilator and
well,
there we go.
That's what without speaking specifics, that's what I've thought of too. Like I don't want to end up in the hospital nowadays for sure.
No, I don't. It's like, can I get a sign like don't ever take me to the hospital, just let me die?
Yeah, just like the thing on your ID, like donor, you can have it say no hospital.
Yeah, no, they're not gonna do that because they want the money. They want that money.
I know. I'm making a joke.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But yeah, it's really fucking horrifying. You're like the last place you want to be now is the hospital. Even if you're sick or even if you just got into a bad car accident, you're like, no, I'm good. Just stitch me up on the side of the road and I'll figure it out. Like I'll go from here.
Yeah, just give me some thread and a needle.
Yeah, seriously, I'll do it myself at this point.
Gary says, this was back when I was talking about my scary noise in the dark. He reacts by saying, bloody hell, Nate, scary. And then he reacted to my car crash incident here. He's so sorry to hear about that, but at least you're still here. That's true. And that completely changed my life, that car crash. Like I instantly...
How so? Like,
here we go. I instantly I kicked people to the curb that were assholes, you know, acquaintances in my life that I've been putting up with for years that were assholes. Never saw them again. I just doubled down on like my just passions of movie making and you know, it was a life-changing, like,
it was a blessing in disguise.
Oh, it totally was. And it was like the kick in my ass I needed to get off my ass and just not wish about what I wanted to do, but start doing it. And because you know, I used to do the movies and videos with quote unquote acquaintances, and a lot of times it was harder than hell to get them to even want to do it. So I'm like, well, fuck these people. I'll just get people who are, you know, acting enthusiasts, people that want to be actors, and people that want to do it to be in this stuff, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I broke my I like snowboarding. I'm a snowboarder. But before I really started snowboarding, we went skiing. Like I tried skiing and I didn't really like it. I just don't like the feeling of having like two little, like, you know what I mean? Like you're going straight, you got the two boards. Like I never really liked rollerblading too.
Oh,
like I like being on a board.
You like being on, yeah, that makes perfect sense. One thing where it's not going to tear your, you know, you're not going to rip your legs apart.
Spread your legs out. It's just not a good. I don't like it's really just I don't like the feeling of it. I like the feeling of being on the board and moving with the board and sliding it and leaning into the, you know, really leaning into stuff. I just like that feeling. Like like I don't know. It's but anyway. The second time I went skiing, my cheap ass dad didn't want to rent the skis, so he let me borrow like these skis from his buddy. And for some I don't know why. I don't know if they were broken or if it was a feature. But skis and snowboards, like they're supposed to like when you crash, you're supposed to be able to. They have a feature that, like, you know, it breaks your foot can come out. It breaks away, so you don't, like, you know what I mean.
And you're talking about what? Snowboards?
Skis and snowboards.
Oh, okay.
Like they have a feature where, you know, if you crash or something.
And this, like, the cheap thing didn't have that?
Didn't have it, yeah. Or if it was just a feature, I don't know why. But it didn't have the ability to come loose. Like, you know what I mean? Your foot. I think, I'm guessing because they were like smaller skis, and I think they were meant for like doing tricks and stuff. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why my asshole dad thought that was a good idea to have skis that were literally a hazard.
You broke something?
Yeah. So I was fine the whole time. Like I crashed here and there, but like I was fine. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, but like I said, in an emergency, the skis are supposed to come off from your foot, so you're not stuck with skis as you're tumbling down a mountain and making things even worse. Whatever. I digress. So his buddy, we went up there to the mountains, and his buddy had a cabin or whatever. And this guy, fuck this guy. To this day, if I ever saw him, it'd be, oh my God, you know what I mean? I'd want to really, oof. Because now that I'm older, like I'm an 11-year-old kid, and this fucking asshole, like, all right, so we go on it because again, because he was an experienced skier, so he wanted to go. You know what a black diamond is? It's like how they rate how technical and how hard it is to ski or snowboard down the hill. Like they have different categories. Like, you know what I mean? Like levels.
Well, I understand different levels. I don't know the name of.
Oh, you don't know level? Okay, so we were, just to make it easy, we were on what they call black diamond. So it was like the hardest level of, so Black Diamond, it was the place was closing, the ski resort. It was like late at night. It was the last run. Like there wasn't really anyone even behind me. Like not many people. It's like, because everyone's done. So I'm going down this Black Diamond the first time late at night, and he's just flying ahead of me. Like he doesn't care. Like you know what I mean? Like I'm not an experienced skier, and he's I don't even see him. He's gone. This guy. You know what I mean? Quote unquote.
Your dad's friend?
Dad's friend that was supposed to be skiing with me during that Black Mountain. He didn't care. Piece of shit. Right?
He left 11-year-old you up.
Yeah, because he wanted to just ski at his own pace and whatever.
Oh
right?
Shit.
So I'm doing okay. It's like, really steep and crazy turns. It's not, I'm doing all right. Like, and then all of a sudden, like I hit this really steep turn. I'm going down this really steep, like part of the mountain. Like it got really steep and really steep. So I really started to pick up speed. And then out of nowhere, I noticed that it makes an immediate 90-degree turn. Like not like a casual turn. It's like, no, you have to make a hard right, like instantly. And if you don't, you were going to fly into like, all I saw was a line of trees. Because it was like, like right there. Like I was going to go straight off of the trail into I don't even know. Like again, same thing. I just blacked out. All I remember in my head was like, I wanted to try to turn or stop, but I panicked. And then all of a sudden I'm on the ground. I blacked out and I'm on the ground, and I knew instantly my leg was broken.
Shit.
And I'm just sitting there, 11-year-old me, just like, oh my God. Yeah. Cause that's a really crazy feeling. Instantly when you break your leg, like it wasn't even like I had to think about it. Like you just, like you lose, like I don't know, it was weird. It was like, oh shit, like I can't move my leg.
So I bet it probably didn't hurt, does it?
No, it didn't hurt at the time. No, I didn't even feel it. It's probably maybe the adrenaline. I don't know, maybe natural endorphins. Like I didn't actually feel pain, and at least in that moment, I was just like really like, wow, like it's like late at night. I don't know if who's gonna save. Like, you know what I mean? I think I waited there a couple minutes until some guy stopped, and he's like, you know what I mean? And they called for help, and they got me down the mountain.
Oh.
And but I was gonna say that was kind of like a blessing in disguise too, because I made a lot of changes because I had a lot of time with my broken leg just sitting in my room.
Oh.
And that's when I decided, all the time sitting in my room with my broken leg, listening to a lot of music, I decided I was gonna learn guitar.
See how them horrible events can actually have positive outcomes.
Yeah, it's like so crazy that to this day, I don't know if I would have learned guitar if it wasn't because I broke my, like, you know what I mean? It was I really had a low moment in my life at a young age with that broken leg, and it just being so isolated with the broken leg and just all this bullshit. It really led me for a couple of months that I would have probably never been able to really evaluate what I wanted to do. It happened out of nowhere. I was like, it wasn't like I thought about it. It was just like, oh yeah, I want to play guitar. I never thought about it before to learn guitar, but I don't know. When I think about it now at this age, I'm like, I don't know if I would have ever had the motivation or desire. I don't know. It might have been one of those things where people grow up and they're like, oh, I always wanted to learn an instrument. Like I probably would have said that, but
maybe
it might have just been that thing. Like I don't know.
Yeah, that's something. What a bummer to have that happen at the age of 11 when you're used to just being out and running around and active.
Yeah, but like I said, yeah, it really put the brakes on, and like it really allowed me to evaluate a lot of things. And I was listening to a lot of music because there wasn't really much else to do, you know. And yeah, I don't know. It was sorry, I'm like ranting. I'm sure people are like, "This is a movie channel." Gary's like, "Is this a movie channel?"
I don't think he minds this as much as other topics, but it does say every week in the description, "Come chat about movies or whatever."
Yeah.
This is whatever.
That's true. But yeah, I learned guitar, and then I said, I don't know, it's never, my life that was my destiny, I guess, or part of my destiny. God knows what happens from here.
Yeah, I gotta admit, the older I get, the more I almost think that everything in your life is almost preordained, or it almost happens for a reason.
That way.
I would have balked at that thought when I was younger, but it really seems like the more you evaluate the things that happen in your life, the more it almost does seem like, yeah.
Yeah, because there's no denying as I get older that you have to have pain. Like that's just part of life. For certain things to grow, you need certain pain and lessons.
Yeah.
That like you just need them. You don't have them, you're not gonna grow. It's like really like a muscle that you're trying to grow. It needs that pain and whatever pain to break the muscle down, like or it will not grow. And it's like that's with a lot of things I've noticed. And it seems like the older I get, like the more of this crazy shit that happened that I don't think I would have not been able to be or go that road if this had not happened. It's just like no, like it just because you need certain pain and like I said, we're not gonna voluntarily do some of the stuff that nature, quote unquote, or God or whatever you want to whatever you want to call it, Allah, pushes onto us. You know what I mean? Like kind of like you know what I mean? Like it really is like a trial by fire, and you don't I don't know. Like I said, you don't always know why this shit happened, but years later, sometimes it starts to add up.
Well, here's a good example, and another huge thing is something that obviously I'll tell you this example about it. Something that you can't just tell your lesson to someone else. This is a good example of it that someone has to experience it themselves. Because after my near fatal car wreck, and I told people I knew, my mom, my dad, whatever friends that I kept, and it just told them about how much it changed my life, and I'm sure they understood. But
they don't completely understand. They don't
right.
completely understand.
But I don't think, obviously I don't think I really saw any change in my dad because of me telling him about my experience. But
no.
Once he gets diagnosed with supposed terminal illness, then he changes his ways. So it's like you have to, you can be told all about this until the end of the day, but unless you experience it yourself, it doesn't have, or it may not have, that profound effect.
Yeah, it doesn't. That's the unfortunate part of the human condition. We don't really work unless we experience something, and at least a lot of things.
Yeah,
you need that emotional. It's like you need the pain, the emotion, all the stuff that goes with whatever that was. Like it changes you, like your brain and your everything. Like that words can't do that. You know what I mean? It's like can words make you jacked in the gym? No. You could tell, so you know what I mean? It's like you got to lift the bar, man. Like you got to have the experience, and it's different for everyone. It's everyone has their own. I guess everyone's on a different path.
And here's another thing.
Obviously,
here's another thing that is probably most likely possible. It didn't really happen with me, but a lot of people might go through a horrible experience and actually, maybe unfortunately, not even come out of it with any positivity. Maybe they'll come out of it with nothing but negativity. Maybe it depends on your personality as well, like how you react to it.
Yeah. There's a lot of variables because there's a lot of terrible shit that happens that
Right.
There was no benefit at all. It was just horrible, torturous shit, and like I don't know. It's I don't know. It's weird, because something terrible could happen to me, and I think there's terrible stuff that's happened to me that has no benefit to my life. I didn't grow from it. It just ruins you. You know what I mean? Kind of destroys you.
Yeah,
and it's like, oh, I chopped your arm off or I chopped your leg off. Like, how are you going to grow from that? It's like, well, I mean, I guess, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. There are things that that just go too far. There was like a balance. Like if you push someone too far, you just damage them. For life. It's not.
Yeah,
and I think mentally, definitely the same way. Like you can't push someone too far mentally, or they'll break. It's the same thing.
Yeah, that's true. It depends on we had occurrences that we could kind of heal from.
Yep.
We didn't
exactly.
have of course my vision's been fucked up ever since, but
really, it messed your vision up?
Yeah, because my head hit the steering wheel and one of my eyes hit the steering wheel, and that eye's been bad ever since, but luckily the other eyes compensate, so
interesting. Do you have to wear glasses, or it's just
no? Luckily, luckily, I don't have to even wear glasses. But
is it correctable by glasses or surgery? That eye?
Back when right after it happened, I think they said they couldn't correct it by surgery, but things could, LASIK and other stuff has happened since.
Yeah.
I've never looked into it because I've been just, now I've lived more of my life with it than without it. So
right.
the other eye makes up for the little bit of screw up in the bad eye, but
I guess technically most people eventually have an eye that's usually worse than the other one. You know what I mean?
I do.
Like I get, that makes sense. Right? Like, don't most people always have an eye that's worse? I mean, isn't it? I don't know about always, but isn't it pretty common that someone's one eye is worse vision than the other, or something? It's not.
Well, it's definitely that case with me.
Yeah, because it's like, oh, I have this vision in this one eye, so I guess it's just yours happened by an accident. But and what happened with your brain? Did you notice any changes with besides obviously you changing your life around? Like you got a concussion, I'd imagine, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can only assume so. Well, I had a skull fracture. I mean, they had to fix my skull and put plates over my skull. I would imagine
did they do that when you were still like knocked out in the hospital?
Well, right.
Immediately, did they do surgery right away?
They did. Yeah, I think they did it within 24 hours, I would imagine. I was pretty groggy, but I would imagine they did it within 24 hours of me arriving at the hospital. Yeah, complete.
Oh, so you woke up after surgery. Like you woke up car accident and you woke up post surgery. Like you already had surgery.
Well, I woke up on the way to the hospital in the ambulance, and I was in and out the whole time. I mean, I can remember sitting there in the receiving room, and I told whoever my phone number so they could call my dad. And if I wouldn't have been conscious, well, I had my ID on me, but I mean that didn't have my right. Anyway, I told the people the number to get a hold of my dad and stuff. So
that's crazy.
Yeah, it was.
And I guess you were just so out of it, and the next thing you know, you wake up after the surgery.
No, I was pretty well with it before in the hours that led up to the surgery.
Oh, okay. So you knew they were going to do a surgery? They were telling you like we're going to do a surgery?
Oh yeah, I knew all that.
Were you scared about it? Like, oh shit.
No, because at that point, like my eye was in really bad shape, and I had like double vision, and it's just like if I die in surgery, then it might be best. So I wasn't really worried.
Right. Did you really think in that time, like I might die? Like this is
No, but I was more concerned about my vision at that time because it was actually
so bad.
Yeah, the days after it was double vision. Like I saw everything was duplicated.
Wow, that's crazy. Something with the chat. Gary commenting. Did we?
Well, let me, I'm going to catch up here. Way back when I was telling everyone about my just overcoming the accident and, kicking the bad out of my life and embracing the good, he says, "That's great, Nate. Well done for you." Future Boy showed up, said hello. I think we probably lost him since. Then back when you were talking about your leg, your accident, Gary says, "Bloody hell, Matthew." And then Gary gives a little bit of stuff here. He says it's hard. It's hard. He had to grow up with losing dad 2 years. He had to grow. What does that mean? Grow up losing my dad 2 years ago. You mean you had to grow up more after you lost him? And now his mom's problems. You just have to step up if you can. Yep. Oh, so I think he means he had to grow up after the loss of his dad 2 years ago. Okay. Yeah.
And what did your dad react or say? Like, did he ever tell you about how he reacted to that phone call? Like, your son's in the hospital after a bad car accident. Like, I can't even imagine getting that phone call.
Yeah, I mean, it it hurt. I think it hit my mom a lot worse than my dad. For my dad, I mean, obviously, yeah, I think he's kind of like me. I think where like if something shocking happens, I think he just gets almost kind of shuts down and just gets all quiet. So I think that's kind of how I am. I just like I just if I'm presented like horrible news or something, I'll just like regress or whatever and become whatever.
Right. What about your mom?
Yeah, my mom, it was a completely different response. Like, she was with the drunk boyfriend at the time. He was nice enough I don't think he was drunk at the time, but if he was, he drove her to the hospital and they all showed up to see me and inform me that the car was totaled and she spent, I feel bad in retrospect. She spent, she just stayed there, for a couple of days next to my bed. And I'm just like,
she slept there.
Yeah. I can't remember everything, but I think she stayed over at least one night. And I was kind of thinking, God, you don't have to do that. But you can understand your.
Yeah. I mean, wouldn't you?
Well, I probably would.
Yeah.
If I had a kid that was in the hospital after a near fatal car wreck. So I guess you can understand it. Yeah. Oh God.
Yeah. It's like, what are you going to do? It's like, that's your kid.
Go home and just worry. Yeah.
You go home and what? Like go to like fuck work, fuck everything. At that point, who cares?
Yeah, that's
true. Everything.
That's true.
It's like, and especially, if they're in the hospital at that point, they're probably at their worst too. It's not like, it's not like when someone's finally recovering and it's like, all right, you can go and live your life now. I'll be all right. Like you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like when you're first out of surgery for a while and you're in your worst part, I mean, it only makes sense,
Well, I got a little funny to liven this up a little bit. I got a little funny memory from after the surgery when I'm like, quote unquote, recovering and laying in bed. I was,
and you were 19 too, right?
19.
So young, like your whole life is ahead of you. But that's good though, because it's like you were 19 and you had that happen in a sense because you had your whole life to change. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's exactly it.
If you happened at 32 or 30, like it wouldn't have been as like you still have the rest of your life, but it's not as like impactful as changing your 20s,
Exactly. So what I was going to say is I was laying there after the surgery in bed and I was like, I was kind of like worried about, this is really kind of funny and will lighten the mood. I was worried about my future ability to perform in a certain room that has a bed in it. Yeah, I was like, okay, did something happen? So I did a little test here where I imagined some, sexy ass nurse coming in the room and servicing me. And I was delighted to find out that I was still functional after that little bit of fantasy.
I thought you were going to say, like, I was delighted to find a sexy ass nurse came and serviced me.
Oh, no. Well, that would have been delightful, but.
How often do you think that happens? Like, that probably does happen.
Well, yeah, from what I understand, it's common that, nurses and doctors do it. But, yeah, I don't know how much.
No, I'm saying, like, I'm sure there's in the dawn of man. I mean, I'm sure a nurse has had sex with a patient. Like, there's no doubt in my mind it's happened.
Yeah.
Like, in the hospital.
Yeah, it's probably, most everything probably happens. Yeah, it would have been nice, but I just had to do the fantasy for the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. And how long were you in the hospital?
Gary Page. One sec. Gary Page has fun with my little fun memory of laying in the hospital. I can't remember. It seemed like forever, but yeah, I can't remember. Probably.
What did you do?
Probably just a week, maybe less than a week, maybe 5 or 6 days. What did I do in the hospital?
Yeah, like just pass the time. Like, what were you?
Well, I was, so often is the case where when you're in the hospital, especially after that kind of operation, I was pretty doped up. So
yeah,
time went pretty fast. Oh my God, I can remember. You know what? At some point, maybe a day or two later, they moved me into this other room. I imagine maybe I was in more intensive care right after the procedure, and then they moved me into some lesser of a care room. And during my stay in this other room, some individual, I guess we can. Well, I don't think I got to say the race. You can probably guess the race by the fact that I don't want to say it, and some of the facts that are coming up. This gunshot patient got wheeled in.
Gunshot. Oh shit.
Gunshot patient got wheeled in next to me, and luckily we have the curtains, so we didn't have to look at each other or anything like that. But I can remember this one moment where the guy's like, yelling for help, or he's like, hey, not, he wants a nurse or he wants to ask someone for something. And I remember using my little buzzer thing, which I'm sure he had as well, a little push button thing, and to get someone in for him. And he's like, thanks, man. And I'm like, yeah, you're welcome. It's like, you probably have one too, but I'll just do it for you because you obviously can't find your push button. I want help thing.
Yep. Gunshot wound. Jesus. Which are you? I guess depends on where he got shot. Your situation is probably worse.
Well, yeah, you're right. It does depend on where he got shot, but yeah, I'd say a skull fracture is worse.
I'd rather have a gunshot wound. Yeah, depending on where I got shot, I'd rather take the gunshot.
Yeah, what a drag.
Because oh man, not good.
That's what I thought. I was so pissed.
Yeah, and how were you kind of like, oh shit, the car, like fuck.
Yeah,
in the hospital, like
very much so. I'm like, I just got my dream first car, got the tires for winter. Yeah, I was all ready to see how long that car was going to go. It was just a cherry of a car.
And what year is your Miata, if you don't mind saying? It's what?
I'm trying to answer the question.
Oh, okay.
It's a 95, I think.
Oh, well, the 1.8 liter.
Is that what it is? Oh yeah, force.
Well, if it's a 95, it has a 1.8.
Okay, well then I imagine that's what it is. Yeah.
The engine size, because the earlier ones from like 90 to 93 had a 1.6.
Oh, okay.
Smaller engine.
Oh, okay.
And when did you get the Miata? How old were you? Like how old were you then when you got the Miata?
Yeah, so we got it in 98, so it was only 3 years old when we got it.
No shit. Wow, you got it that new. It was you and your dad's car, right?
Yeah, we went halvesies on it.
Oh, okay. Did you buy it from a dealer or did you get it like private?
Yeah, we got it from a dealer.
Interesting. And like how often would you guys divvy up driving that car? Like,
well, let's be real, I pretty much drove it.
Was that your only car for a while? Like that was all you had?
So I got a little bit of whatchamacallit back in the day, because of the accident, a little bit of green, if you know what I mean. So it wasn't it wasn't my only car, no.
Interesting. Okay. So you would just drive it like on nice days, summer car.
Right. I mean, pretty much drive it all summer. I mean, more or less.
Yeah. Yeah. And I would imagine like in the fall too, right? Or
well, yeah, I mean, as much as you can, really, in this state, you embrace all of the non-icy road, top-down weather as you can. So, yeah, what's cool about our Miata is it was what's called an M edition. So it came with a hardtop as well, a removable hardtop.
Oh yeah, you're saying and did it have power windows and all that?
Power windows and obviously automatic. I can only drive automatic, but for understandable reasons, power windows.
Right.
They had Miatas with. Oh yeah, I can imagine. They must have started off with crank windows, huh?
Yeah. No, I don't even think the first. Oh, I think AC was an option, if I remember correctly. I think AC was an option, and believe it or not, power steering was an option.
Oh wow.
like on the early, like we're talking nine. I think I don't. It's been a while, but I think that was maybe only on the first year or two. I think after that they pretty much you could only get power steering. Like that wasn't an option to delete it, because that was like when it first came out. They were like, I guess in 1990, it's like there's gonna be a lot of guys that just they're going to buy the Miata because they just want to buy the sports car. They don't give a fuck. They're like, you know what I mean? Get rid of the power steering. I don't want any of that bullshit.
Yeah,
I just want to drive it. You know what I mean? I just want to have
possible.
What?
Cheap as possible.
Yeah, because power steering robs a little bit of horsepower. I don't know if you know that. Like it robs a little bit of horsepower, and it's also robs you of like some feel you'd get for the steering wheel. And a car as light as a Miata, like you can get away with not having power steering.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was like a really hardcore, light as possible, and just yeah. I mean, and I think eventually, like you said, that's usually how it works with most sports cars. The first year or two, the hardcore enthusiasts that just want to have like the sportiest car, they buy it and they offer that stuff, and then after a couple of years, the masses come in and they don't even bother with those options anymore.
Yeah,
it's just like So yeah, that's how the Miata was doing. Some guys still to this day think like the early 1990s, like are still the best Miatas. They swear by them because of all of those reasons.
Well, that's cool. I mean, I do like that kind of the pop-up headlights aspect.
Oh yeah, they're cool. Yeah, especially now. The older we get and the more crazy these stupid cars get, I imagine people probably see that and I'd imagine they probably makes them happier just because it's how simple and better times.
Yeah, it's retro. Yeah,
it's super retro. Yeah. I don't have the pop-up headlights, as you know. I have the ones with the fixed. But so you've had that car for over 20 years. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Holy shit! And when did you get the Jeep? How old were you when you got the Jeep?
Let's see here. Well, I don't remember how old I was, but that was 2004, I think.
Okay. Wow. So you've had the same two cars for a while now.
Well, unfortunately, the original Wrangler that rusted out, and I had to get rid of it in the past years.
Okay.
So I was really devastated about that. But I mean, I had the Jeep for 16 years and it got rusted out, and had to switch it up for a newer Wrangler.
Well, you still got the same Wrangler, so it wasn't like, you still got the same car.
Yeah, once I got the newer one, which is so nice because it's newer, I got over it pretty quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, and you have a 2-door Wrangler or the 4-door one?
Yeah, I figured 16 years with the old 2-door, I deserved the newer 4-door.
Oh, so you have a 4-door now. Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Probably rides nicer with the
Yeah, the short wheelbase of the original Wrangler was horrible on like bumpy roads or whatever.
Yeah, I've driven them. They're terrible. They're really rough. I don't know why. Yeah, I mean the Miata is way more comfortable than the Wrangler, the old ones at least.
Actually, yeah. Here's a funny story. When I first got the first Wrangler back in 2004, I panicked afterwards. I thought, oh shit, I made a horrible mistake because I was used to cars and the Miata and stuff like that. And I actually panicked for a while, but after a while I became a Wrangler guy and got to enjoy the god awful gas mileage and the god awful ride.
Yeah. I when I worked at Pep Boys, I did a few oil changes on those Wranglers, and I was just shocked at how shitty. I mean, it makes sense because they're really just the old Wranglers, especially, were meant for off roading. They didn't care about your comfort. This thing was meant to go through trails, and so I got to give it to them that way. Like they didn't like compromise on that shit. But yeah, it's so you've got best of both worlds. And now, yeah, because you're a Wrangler. You said you have a hardtop Wrangler. You could take the hardtop off.
Yeah, so that one came with a hardtop and soft top. So for many years, I, had the hardtop on for the winter and put the soft on for summer. But then I just got lazy and ended up leaving hardtop on. When you get older, or maybe you haven't experienced it yet, but there's a good chance when you get older, you'll get lazy about certain things. And I stopped doing Stop taking off the hard top.
You've also had so many years too. Like the appeal isn't as I would imagine also it's like you've had many years of Wrangler with no top that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and
Like
not to mention Miata with no top, and
you had the Miata with no top, so it's like, yeah, whatever, you know. I
just stopped taking the Jeep top off.
And how much more room is the 4-door Wrangler? I know probably your audience is probably like,
well, Gary says, sorry, cars, no, I'm lost. That's okay. Sorry, Gary. Yeah, it's considerable. I couldn't, there's no way I could have put the kayak in the back of the 2-door Wrangler, and last year I was able to do it with the 4 doors, so that was good.
Wait, you put a kayak in the back, like just in the back of the Wrangler?
The 4-door, yeah.
Well, you just pop the window up and then just let it hang out the back?
Yeah, so it was sitting on the closed door thing, and the back window was up. Yeah.
Yeah, wow, that's cool. And before you used to have to put it on the roof, I'd imagine.
Well, I used my mom. My mom had this really, really old Blazer that I'd use to put I'd kind of borrow it, quote unquote, during the summer, and I'd haul the kayak around in the Blazer.
Oh, okay. Now you don't have to do that.
Throw it in the back. What?
Now you don't have to do that, right? Now you can just.
Well,
now, sorry, what?
Yeah, you're exactly right. You were going to ask something?
You like kayaking. Do you like rowing? Or I guess, do you like rowing?
What do you mean, do I like rowing?
Like a rowboat?
Oh, well, yeah, because of my physical condition, I can't really do the rowboat.
What about do you like sailing? You ever sailed before?
I imagine I would. I never I can remember being a kid. I was a kid, and my dad took me. A friend of his had a sailboat, and we went out on that one. So I'd definitely be interested in sailing. The thing is, I'll sail on someone else's boat. I'm not going to get a sailboat myself.
Yeah. I sailed in Boy Scouts, and I really liked it. I always wanted to do it again. Just, it's so relaxing. Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's just using the wind and to move you, and just letting the wind. I don't know. It's so peaceful.
Yeah. I'm sure I'd be completely and totally into sailing. And whenever you see
you don't have to worry about gas or charging your engine up, and it's just you're just letting the wind take you, you know. And so it's like you're at the mercy of the wind speed and stuff. So it's just kind of, but there's always wind, you know, for the most part around
water. Yeah.
Yeah. So you never have to worry about not getting to your destination. But yeah, sailing around a lake, because we basically just sailed around a lake. So that was enough for me to be sold on. I loved it. It was just a small little, it was like a one-man sailboat in Boy Scouts. It was awesome.
Oh, yeah.
It was so cool.
Well, yeah, like whenever I see people like sailing, like in Jaws 2, a lot of the teenagers get, the whole last half of Jaws 2, they're all out on the ocean in all kinds of different little sailboats. And every time I see that in movies, I'm so jealous. I think that would be really cool.
Yeah, I really liked it. It was very, very peaceful, very relaxing. I also would like to try like hand gliding. That would be really fun.
All right, I'll let you do that.
A little more extreme, but
yeah, I can understand that too. It's like the same thing as sailing. It's
literally sailing in the sky.
The air version versus the water version.
Yeah, it's just letting wind take you. Gliding would be cool. Here's another thing that'd be really cool. They have these. You ever see those glider planes that don't have an engine?
Oh,
they're basically like a hand glider, but they're the plane version of it. Do you ever see those things?
Yeah, the ones that they have to tow you up with another plane.
Yeah, they have to tow you up, or they slingshot you up in the air.
Yep.
They're so interesting. I don't know. Like, again, it's just like, oh, I love the hand gliding, but this is like hand gliding on steroids, and you're in a little cockpit. Like, so cool. And like, I didn't realize, like, if you're in the mountain areas, like where I guess the pressure is constantly like going up and down, and I don't know exactly how the science works of it, but like I get, like you said, there's when they're doing it in the mountains, at least, or I didn't know this, but like they fly around in those plane gliders, and they're if they're because the whole time they're gliding down slowly, but they'll find pockets of like air pushing them up. You know what I mean?
I do. I'm really fascinated with that glider stuff too. It's like
Yeah, it's crazy.
how long can you
I
stay
thought
up?
I don't do that's what I was wondering. I'm like, I think it depends on your terrain, but if you're doing it in the mountains, I've watched videos where they're up there for like 4 hours, 3, 4 hours. I don't know if they came down because they had to, or is it because they just were done with flying? But it seems like on the right day, I don't know if you could stay up there as long as you want. Like if you just keep finding pockets of air to push you up
Wow.
from the pressure. Like I thought that was crazy.
Wow.
And like one video, the guy is because he has his little elevation meter, like they have all their gauges, like elevation, the pressure, all, to try to find. And the one guy, he was literally at a stand, like for whatever reason, the amount of air pushing him up balanced out with his glider. He was literally just at it. I don't know if he was still going straight. I think it was so crazy. It's on YouTube. It's got millions of views. I don't know if he's still moving straight. I think he's literally just at a standstill. Like he's just hovering at one elevation.
Huh. You
and it's kind of rare. It doesn't really happen. It's like a rare thing, but he filmed it. And he's like, yeah, I've hit the right, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, this is so crazy.
Yeah.
Like these gliders are like the craziest thing. Now, would you do the glider thing or is that still like the plane? Or would you think that's still too dangerous or still?
Well, yeah, I'd be more willing to do the glider thing.
More willing than like because you're like in a plane, you're sitting down, you're just.
I'd probably
controlled.
Yeah, I'd probably rather I'd probably rather do a small prop plane before the glider. I imagine you got to be pretty experienced to do a glider.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that goes into that glider plane. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's still similar to flying a regular plane, but you're not. There's no engine, so you have to do those things, or like you said, and again, I think because they do glider planes everywhere. It's not like you have to be in the mountains. It seems like the mountains are the best spot because you can constantly get those uplifts. I guess I don't know if they happen on a flat land. I would imagine they really don't. But that being said, it doesn't matter because a glider will still glide for a pretty long time. Because they get sent up pretty high up in the air, so they're literally designed to glide as far as possible. They're as light as they can possibly be. They have the long wings. Oh, so cool, so cool. Like
Yeah, I know. It makes you wonder, like, if you have to have like what you have to do to actually start flying. You think you'd almost have to have like a normal certification on a normal little prop plane before they even let you do that. That's really interesting how you even get to be able to do it.
I think you can just do it. Why do you have to get any certification?
Well, because I mean, if you don't know what you're doing, then you're going to crash.
Oh, it's true, but you can always practice and learn and get lessons, I guess. I think, which is in the age of tyrannical government licensing for everything, which shouldn't exist. I thought that like flying planes, you didn't even need a license, like a little plane, like as long as it's not a commercial, like they don't even.
I don't know.
Maybe I'm wrong about that, but
I would say that's probably wrong. Let me just read Gary here. He says, "See you next week, Nate, Matthew, Nate. Go on YouTube, Manchester, UK accent. You sound too posh. If you can copy it, I'll do a Skype show maybe." Oh, okay. There you go. Now I got to earn a Skype call with Gary. So he must have a Manchester, UK accent. Okay. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, just watch Manchester, UK.
Thanks for showing up, Gary. We'll see you next time.
See you. Yeah, glider planes, man. Oh, so cool. I just the visuals, and again, it's the same thing. They're just up there gliding. It looks so peaceful. The view, I'm just like, oh, that's amazing. That is something else,
Makes you wonder what one of those gliders costs.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they're like any more than a regular plane because they don't have the engine and all the other stuff.
Yeah, you think it'd have to be less than an engine.
Yeah,
plane.
I think they are a little less, but they're still kind of expensive because there's a lot of like they've got a lot of like the engineering and I guess the lightweight materials and there's a lot of extra stuff that a normal plane doesn't have to worry about too. So I don't really know. To me, I probably better off just building one.
Yeah.
At that point. honestly. Like, because I imagine you could probably build one out of just like any other plane. But then again, I don't know. Again, you're worried about lightness, so you probably are going to try to use. I don't know what they're made of. I don't know if it's just fiberglass or I don't know. I never looked into the materials, but I know like regular planes, they're made of like mainly aluminum.
Yeah, maybe gliders are too then.
Yeah, but I imagine they might try even. I don't know if fiberglass is less weight than aluminum. I know aluminum's pretty light, but I've worked with fiberglass, but I'm not sure if it's actually weighs less than aluminum. So I don't know. Maybe they are just aluminum. I imagine they could also just be fiberglass too. But yeah, that's cool stuff, And then what's another crazy? Oh yeah, so you like have you ever been like in a submarine? That would be really cool.
No, I'd probably be a little too pussy for that.
Yeah,
I think
that would be really cool.
I think my dad would have liked it. He was because of his generation, he was kind of a World War II buff, and we took a vacation to California, the months right up before his unfortunate passing, and he actually was kind of excited. We got to go inside I don't know. I think I probably was like a World War II sub that was docked in San Francisco.
Yep.
Got some video of that, and so he's just such a fan of like all of the World War II technology, and he'd be much. I think he had a friend that was in the Navy who had spent time in a sub and stuff, so he was a lot more interested in that than I was.
Yeah, I was in one of those subs. They had one in Philly. I took a tour and I thought it was so cool. What about like a sub that just goes in a like a lake, like a little sub?
Yeah, if you could have like a little thing with lots of windows, that'd be more fun.
With a lot of what?
A lot of windows.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What if you had a little sub that was like the size of your kayak that you just sit in like the kayak and you just go around your lake, but you're doing it underneath?
Yeah, that
would be cool.
just 20 or 30 feet down would be okay.
Yeah, exactly. Well, how deep are the lakes you go? Are they 20 feet down, 30?
Yeah, they probably go. I don't know. They probably go 100 feet deep, I would imagine.
Oh no, shit! They go that deep. Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. I guess that makes sense because they're huge ass lakes. Yeah, you don't have to go all the way down. I mean, you don't have to go as far. You can go right near the surface if you want.
I can go wherever I want.
Yeah, you don't have to go all the way to the bottom if you don't want to. You can stay.
Well, if I did,
that'd be cool.
I need to have lights if I went to the bottom because it'd probably be dark.
Yeah, it'd probably be pretty dark even 20 feet down. No, yeah, you would have lights, right? I mean, that's the whole idea. Just light up the bottom and you can see all the fish.
We've got C-Snap here. Well, welcome C-Snap. What's on your mind, C-Snap? We're talking about everything but movies.
Everything but talking about submarines now. Oh, did you look into those yellow tinted glasses?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Well, you got some time till spring.
I appreciate the suggestion.
Oh yeah, I mean they're a lot. They work a lot better than you think because it's really that blue light that scatters so much on your eye, and blocking it out completely is like really helps a lot.
No, I can imagine that. C-Snap says best submarine movie of all time, Das Boot. I don't know if I've seen that or not. My dad probably did, being a submarine fan. C-Snap says, "Oh, okay," in response to talking about submarines.
Well, we were talking about hang gliders, gliding planes, just all the stuff you can do.
Near-death accidents, broken legs on the ski slopes.
And now you don't like jet skis or anything that goes fast on the water?
I mean, yeah, I kind of, me and Beth call them water mosquitoes. I mean, we kind of, being
They're kind of annoying.
Kayak people, yeah, we kind of call them annoying. I mean, I've had a acquaintance who had one, and I drove it, and it's really not me. Me is more, it's not like I'm opposed to them, but kayaking is definitely lines more with my personality.
Right, because it's more the personality of like gotta go, gotta speed, gotta. Like they're not out there when you're on a jet ski, you're not out there to listen to the birds or take in the view. I guess you could be taken in the view because but you're out there to.
It's about
go
speed,
fast.
yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
So
it's about, well, it'd be cool. I always wanted to do because I like snowboarding. It'd be cool to get do the the water snowboarding, whatever, where they drag you down a boat.
Oh yeah, a lot of people do
That'd be fun, go off the waves and stuff. Or what's the other thing that'd be really cool? The power sailing, where you're flying up in the air as they pull you.
Oh yeah, you'd probably like that. Yeah, it's cheaper
than
I've
always wanted to do that.
Cheaper than a glider plane.
But what's funny? You could do that on the ground. You could have someone. If someone just drove their car and you could. Nothing's stopping you. It's just
except the cops.
What? The cops? Can you imagine if you're on the highway and you saw someone being drunk? I would laugh so hard. It's funny because I would see that that is so cool. Good for them. You know what I mean? Good for them. Really, what harm is it? He's up in the air. I guess I guess you'd have to worry about their I guess on the highway, I guess those lines a car might hit them or something.
Well, on the highway, there's those the street lights. You can't go higher than the street lights, and
that's true. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But if you were on some random road where you could do it, who cares? So that'd be so cool.
Yeah.
And then yeah, just a lot of stuff. You also you can also just get pulled behind on a longboard or something too.
Oh, have you seen them videos of where people are going down the hill and their thing wobbles and they fall off? That's so scary.
Oh yeah. If you go too fast and you don't, yep. Yeah, man, those guys will go so fast on those longboards down those hills. I think they'll hit 70 miles an hour sometimes. You fucking, and they're not wearing any protective. It's they crash. They don't even have it's a motorcycle crash. They if they're wearing a helmet. They got the jackets that have the padding and stuff. So, oh man, these guys, man, it's extreme sports.
C-Snap says, C-Snaps, we're talking about submarines. He says, oh, and Crimson Tide with Gene Hackman. That's a submarine movie. A depressing submarine movie was The Widowmaker. Was it K-19 or something? Harrison Ford. I don't know if you've seen it, but it was just about a supposed true story of this nuclear submarine that the nuclear, I don't know, it breaks down and it just radiates all the guys on it. And it's just all depressing. And it's don't see, I wouldn't recommend it. It's annoying.
When did it come out? Older movie?
I think it was 02 or 03. Yeah, K-19, The Widowmaker, I want to say.
Oh God,
it's just depressing.
Did you watch Upgrade yet, or I'm assuming?
Okay. So I did look for it. It's not free on Amazon and it's not on Tubi. So I did try.
Okay, I'll have to find you a link then.
You'll have to find me a link. C-Snap says, huge, great outdoors fanatic show tonight. I see. That's exactly right. I've changed the channel. It's huge, great outdoors fanatics. C-Snap says it was okay, but Ford's Russian accent was terrible. I think he's talking about K-19, The Widowmaker. Yeah, I haven't seen it forever. I just remember it being depressing. We paid money for to see these guys just slowly get irradiated.
Killed.
Yeah, yay.
Did you see it in theaters?
I can't remember. I think we saw it at a second run theater. Yeah, possibly.
Wow. Yeah, I'm looking at the pictures now of it. I never heard. I mean, I've probably seen the trailer long ago, but never.
Well, they make so many movies.
I know, so many shitty movies these days. It was a while ago.
Well, right, 02, 03 was a while ago.
Yeah, you're like, you're back in my day.
Yep.
But 02, 03, it's not a bad time for movies that decade.
Yeah, they weren't quite so horrible yet.
No. Now, and it was nice because 02, 03, they had some decent, computer, CGI wasn't terrible. The effects were getting decent, so it was a decent time for movies, I think.
It was a nice blending of reality and CG. Now it's like they CG almost everything.
Everything, yeah. Yeah, they do it to save money. They don't care. No one cares. It's a shame.
Like this example keeps coming back to my mind. There's a scene at the beginning of Terminator 2, or not Terminator 2, Terminator 3, where the sexy Terminator materializes in the the storefront of some place with a mannequin, and there's a when she materializes, it melts like the mannequin or whatever, and it's like it's CG melting mannequin. It's like they couldn't just melt the real mannequin. Like, wouldn't that be cheaper?
Yeah, you would. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe once they go through the whole thing, it ends up being, or maybe they thought it looked cooler to have it CG. Who knows with these idiots?
Yeah, I have no idea. It's like doing things CG that you could easily and cheaply do it for real.
Yeah, the more CG, it just takes you out of the movie.
Right. Back in the good old days, they just did CG for things they couldn't do physically.
Yep. Now they do CG for stuff they can easily do physically.
Like melting of a mannequin.
Yeah. They even do like CG blood now.
Right. CG bullet hits, the CG muzzle flares. I can't stand it.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's
I'm from
stupid.
the decade of the Paul Verhoeven, RoboCop, Total Recall, where he's got these huge bloody squibs on people and they're just going just exploding.
Yeah, but you could argue that looks unrealistic too, because it's not
right.
It's not coming out how it normally would.
Well, yeah, you could argue that, but at least it's like happening for real, whether it's overdone or not. It's there.
Yeah, it's true. Well, man, like you said, they have the ability to make blood come out. Come on, they can pressurize the blood and make it look realistic. How you know what I mean?
I had no problem with the Paul Verhoeven era bullet squibs. I mean, the over the topness is what made it charming. I mean, people get shot and they just their whole body turns into a bloody pancake.
Yeah, which in real life doesn't happen, to be fair. But it doesn't make for good movies. I agree. It depends. If you want a more realistic movie, then yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Personal preference. Let's see here. C-Snap says CG just looks like a cartoon nowadays. Cheapens the whole look of the films. Yeah, practical effects are always better.
The worst.
Bring squibs back.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Well, I'm trying to read his comments. Let me just do that again in case you were talking over it. He says, yeah, practical effects are always better. Bring squibs back. Go ahead, Matt.
The worst that they're doing now is they like green screen the backgrounds when they can, like, for shit that they can easily not have to green screen just because they don't want to shoot the movie.
People are driving in cars.
Yeah. Well, not even that. Like they shoot the whole movie in their warehouse. They never want to leave the warehouse to go shoot a film. Just to see they green screen like the back of a city backdrop. You know what I mean? Like the back of like something that could easily done on like it's like what? Like oh god. It's so annoying.
Have you ever seen that movie that's supposed to be so stupid called The Room by, is it Tommy Wiseau or whatever? I can't remember. There's supposed to be some horrible movie by the name of The Room from the early 2000s, and they made a movie about the making of the movie. And I think that's got some like scenes that take place on a rooftop, and they actually green screen some of the city background. That's what it reminded me of. It's supposed to be the worst. Yeah. Worst acting, worst writing, worst directing. Oh, it's funny.
Horror movie?
No, it's supposed to be some kind of drama. I don't know what the hell it's supposed to be. Let me pull it up. I'll pull it up after I read some of C-Snap here. He says, C-Snap says the head explosion in Scanners was one of the best effects in the 80s. Agreed, that was fun. Oh yeah, okay, he helps us out. C-Snap says Tommy Wiseau, yeah, that's really bad. I don't know. So it's if you were to search, Tommy Wissau, The Room, you'd probably come up with it. You can probably see trailers or whatever, but they made a whole movie, kind of a comedy movie about the making of the movie. I can't remember what that is. It's that one guy and the other guy, Seth Rogen and James Franco.
Yeah, I don't really care for those people.
No, I don't care for those people either, but the
Yeah.
the
Well,
movie.
they made the worst movie, so it makes sense, right?
Anyway, the green screen cityscape just made me think of The Room.
Yeah, they do that, but they do that a lot now for like movies. It's just like, oh God.
Well, that's what I mean. I think I said it on a previous show. Like, how long until they just all movies are made in the computer? Like, even the people.
The people, yeah. I mean, that's probably the next phase of what they'll start doing.
They won't even film anything anymore.
No, it'll all be just a CG video game shit fest. Oh man, that's crazy.
So what's?
Yeah, it's interesting to think like they used to have to like drive to different locations and stuff. Like they used to have to take the film crew and all the effects and all the stuff they would need for that location and just film it on set. And like, would they like bring trailers to sleep in too? I mean, I would imagine like, because if they have to be on set for a couple of days at that location, when they just sleep on set.
Are you being facetious or asking for real?
For real, like would they go to hotels? Like where would they? I thought they had those trailers. They would just. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it depends on where they're filming. I mean, if they're filming somewhere that is it's too much of a travel to get back to civilization, they'll just somehow, I'm sure they'll have trailers to stay on the spot. I'd say most times they're close enough to civilization where they go back to a hotel though.
Yeah.
But I think for like Friday the 13th or something, they might have been. I don't know. They're probably
sleeping
close
in the cabins, probably.
Yeah, it's probably who knows?
Well, I also imagine if you're paying the money to rent a place out, you would just, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but
sleep here.
Movies,
like
movie companies just love to waste money, though.
Yeah, but I imagine that not all of them could, though. To be fair, I can't imagine every studio would be like, yeah, we'll just splurge on hotels when we could just sleep here when we rented this place. I don't know.
Depends on the studio, I guess. C-Snap says, well, apparently there's a movie coming out with a CGI James Dean. I remember hearing about that years ago. That didn't happen yet. C-Snap says they brought Peter Cushing back to Star Wars in Rogue One. That's very true. It was a bit rough, but in another 10 years, they will be able to do it properly with the deep fake stuff. I know that deep fake is scary.
Yeah. Well, I'm under the I don't think technology is going to get any better. What you see is what you get now, and we're not going to be progressing technologically any more than maybe they'll bring some stuff up that they have that maybe some things that are kind of too expensive for the masses might start to come. But I'm saying like there's going to be no new like crazy technological advances. I mean, we're at the end game here with that stuff. In my opinion.
I don't know. What are you referring to? Just what kind of technology are you referring to?
Anything. I mean, like we're you know what I mean? Like anything. Like there's no new inventions. It's going to be like computers. I don't think are going to get really much faster, if at all. The CG stuff. I mean, all this stuff. The cars, whatever, planes. It's all going to be. It's as good as it gets. And I would argue that the people that are making some of this stuff, in a lot of ways, the quality is going to go down. Like we can make good CG, but we don't because the people making it they suck. Like the quality of stuff that we can make better stuff, like video games or movies or computers or whatever. The quality is going to go down, too. So, in some ways, it's like we're going backwards.
I think there are like videos on YouTube that compare like the CG of Jurassic Park, saying like it's better than a lot of more recent CG.
Yeah. So it's not because they can't make it better. It's because look at the people making it suck. Like, at the end of the day, you still got to have people with brains that are good at doing this stuff, and
people with brains are becoming more rare.
Exactly. So it's like, okay, we have all this technology that is created and it is known, but the people with the brains and talent are becoming less rare. So guess what?
More rare. Yeah, I screwed up. They're more rare. Less rare is a
more
double
rare.
negative.
So guess what? It's like all the good stuff that requires brains and talent. You're going to see a lot less of it, even though you could in theory do it, but it's kind of a weird thing when you think about it. Like here we are, we're using pretty sophisticated technology that even just doing our little Skype call and using these phones and computers, like 99.5, I don't know. What is it, like 99.8% of the world probably could never fully understand how computers and this technology we're using right now works and do it themselves.
They just take it for granted.
I'm saying that they couldn't replicate it. They couldn't even understand how it works.
A lot of times they can barely use it.
Yeah, they can barely use it, let alone like rebuild it and understand. So, yeah, it's pretty fucking crazy when you think about it like that.
That's true. C-Snap says, let's hope the movies get better. Well, we can always hope, but unfortunately, I don't think it looks good.
No, I wouldn't bet on that. That's not a bet I would take.
Nah.
Oh, man. Nothing's going to get better. Speaking of that, there was a new game that I was looking forward to that's coming out tomorrow. It's a zombie game, Dying Light 2.
Yeah, and what's the
I really liked the first one. The first one came out in 2015, right? So, freaking, it's going on 7 years now. Literally, came out literally 7 years ago because it came out in like January of like 2015. So, you would think 7 years later, it's the same company. You would think Dying Light 2 is going to be this huge. And I'm looking at the footage and I'm like, oh my God, the first game was doing more detailed shit than the new game has. Like some of the physics in the first game were actually better. And people were like, what the fuck is going on here? You know what I mean? It's like, well, okay, what happened with the studio? Like they probably fired a bunch of people, and they said they did. They admitted this. Oh, we had problems with our studio, and like people leaving and blah blah blah. So it's like, yeah, same studio, but the brain people with the talent left, and now you've got I don't know. It's now you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's kind of like that game I told you about on PS2 last week, Flat Out, which I think is a really great racing game.
Yeah.
The Flat Out 2 is nothing as good as Flat Out.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, it's the same thing with this game. You're like, holy shit, you guys had 7 years to make a better game, and you actually, I haven't played the game yet, but at least we know there are things that are worse just by looking at the footage. So it's like, Jesus Christ. I mean, like, stuff that like basic physics of how the zombies would like react when you hit them are like worse in the new game. So like, okay, if the zombie physics are worse than your game from 7 years ago, what other corners did you cut or not do? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Something as basic as that. Like another example, like in the original game, if you shot at the water, it would have like, the water would ripple and have like splashes and stuff,
Yeah.
The new game, there nothing. Shoot at the water, and there's nothing. There's no animation. There's no splash. It's just like, okay, you know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
Like you start dissecting the little stuff like that. You're like, well, what else did they completely shit out on? And it's like, oh my God. Oh my God. And like 7 years I waited for this, for a worse sequel. Like, thanks. Thank you, Techland.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it'll be a bad game, but I'm just disappointed because the first game was just such a good game. It was just, oh man, it was one of my favorite zombie games. So to see this one not really live up, I'm not even saying like it had to be better than the first. It's like at least be on par with your first game that came out 7 fucking years ago. Like the fuck.
C-Snap.
But no.
C-Snap says, I have a friend who restores the Star Wars movies and adds his own scenes and removes others. He's fixed all the effects, and it's a far better version than any of the official releases. That's cool. I know there's a lot of videos like that on YouTube.
Yeah.
Is he one of the ones that's like got a huge following? Because they're doing some great work. Like just normal people are doing some great work on those. He also says he does split screen comparisons to the Disney Blu-rays and his own, and his just blows theirs away. Yeah, maybe he's some of the videos that I've seen. That's pretty remarkable.
It's pretty crazy because it's like, yeah, you have people like by themselves fixing shit from video games and movies, because they do it, they do it with the video games too. They'll fix like the video game, and it's just like, okay, so some random guy is able to like do all this for free on his free time, and these studios with all their budget and money can't, like, it's crazy.
Isn't that something? It's got to be some kind of conspiracy to keep shit
They don't hire
stupid.
those people. That's what it is. These friends not getting hired by anyone, apparently. It's like they're like not hiring talented people that clearly exist. Like, you see deep fakes that are better done by some random YouTuber. Like, one guy does a better deep fake CGI than, again, the studios. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that is very, very common. Yeah.
Yeah, like, oh my god.
C-Snap says he's the main guy, ADYWAN. Okay, so he must be one of the top guys doing it. That's cool. C-Snap says, yeah, he's doing it 10 years for fun. Don't know how he hasn't been shut down or offered a job with them. Yeah, well, I think we know the answer. I mean, obviously,
we know the answer. We just said it. They're purposely not hiring.
They're purposely putting out crap.
Yeah, it's like, it's not even the conspiracy is. It's not even a conspiracy. It's like these people have followings on YouTube. They're easily found. You could easily hire them. They're put out there for you to see. And I remember I said that too, Nate. Like, even with the movies, there are plenty of talented people on the internet that I see every day that have no following or have a little following, or hell, they have a big following, but these studios don't care about. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
they don't care. They don't hire them. But like, if I had all this money to create a movie, I would just scout the internet with people that already have a big following that are talented and be like, hey, you want to be in my movie? We'll talk pay. You know what I mean? Like, make or whatever.
Yep, that's just it. It's like, who's in the club?
I need CGI for my movie. Okay, I'm gonna go on YouTube and find these guys like that and just hire them, because they clearly have a track record and know what they're doing and blah blah blah.
Yep, you got it.
So, and it's like cool, the fact that like, oh, these people are doing it for the pure fun of it, and they're doing it for the love, not, you know what I mean. So you know that they're gonna put the passion and do it right. There's that too.
They're doing it for the right reason.
Yeah, so like, same with like a YouTuber who's like kind of an actor, but he just has kind of a YouTube channel and he does so much of it for free just because he loves it. It's like, yeah, that's the kind of person you want in your movie. I mean, I'm not saying you wouldn't pay them, but it's like, you want someone that's going to do it for the love and passion, and I don't know.
And hopefully for free.
Well, yeah, well, no, you know what I mean. Though, like, they're not doing it because, oh, I just want to be famous or be in this movie and blah blah blah. No, they're doing it because they love the art, whatever. But it's just, there's no reason that we again, I said this last time. There's zero reason we don't have the best movies ever. We don't have better video. There's no reason, because the talent is there. It is, even though it's shrinking, it's there though. You know what I mean?
I do.
And with the internet, you can, since the whole world is connected, you can find the talent a lot easier now. Instead of,
oh my god,
before, how the hell would you find these people?
Yeah, phone ads, paper.
Yeah,
ads.
it's like now now there's actually, now it should be better than ever, because you can find the best talent at the click of a button. So the only reason I come to is they're doing it on purpose.
That's
whether it's through nepotism or self-sabotage, I don't know.
What's the definition? What's the definition of nepotism?
Like, you get the job not because of your merit or how hard, not because of your skill, but because
because of your race,
whose dick you suck, and whose dick you suck. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me just read C-Snap. He says the fans seem to be more interested in looking after and restoring the movies than the owners. Look at what Spielberg did to E.T. 20 years ago, basically shed on his own movie. Yeah, that's right. I remember that. Luckily, he retracted it since, though.
Yep.
La, 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 la. Have you seen E.T., Matt?
When I was a kid, never saw it again. I mean, it was fine.
Fine to see once.
Yeah, I never wanted to go back and I mean, it was whatever. It was, I don't know. It was all right. I was a kid, and I never saw it again.
Right.
I liked the ride. I liked the ET ride in, I think it was Universal's.
Yeah, probably.
As a kid, that was fun. Down in Universal Studios, I went. The ride was really fun.
Okay.
Have you been to Universal or Disney World in Florida?
Yeah, but that's when I was like really young.
Did you go on the Jaws ride? Do you remember that ride when they still had it?
Yeah, I can't even remember any of the rides.
Oh, they were so cool. Some of those old rides at Universal.
They
had a Jaws ride. It was so cool.
Talking about Florida or California?
Florida, the one in Florida.
Yeah, I can't remember any rides when I was there in Florida. It's weird. I was never a huge theme park guy.
Why not? You don't like roller coasters?
I guess it's just, I've more of the back to the kayaking, more of the personality. I don't really like going fast, just going slow.
Yeah, I like both. I'm like you. I love. There's a time for sailing and
slow,
whatever, the peaceful. But there's a time for me to go. You know what I mean? To go very fast.
That's cool. Rip it, man. Rip it, baby.
That's why I like the roller coasters, the adrenaline, the heights of them, whatever. Or like I said, the cars. That's why I like driving fast. There's a time for me to enjoy cruising in my car, top down, just relaxing. And there's a time to, put the pedal to the metal, like you said.
And rip it, yeah.
And just rip it. Get your fix of speed.
C-Snap says, hopefully Jaws is never touched. Yeah, we're glad. We should be grateful it never was. They did in quote unquote enhance the sound for the 5.1 surround thing and add sound effects, which I'm not keen on. But luckily we still have access to the original mono. C-Snap says he grew up with E.T. was a magical movie when it was released to me. I think he means it was a magical movie to him when it was released.
Mm-hmm.
Henry Thomas, who played Elliot, turned 50 recently. Holy shit. Yeah, no kidding. Do
you like Back to the Future trilogy?
Yeah, I like that. I saw those in the theater back in the day. Yeah.
Oh man, you're showing your age.
Yes, I am.
That would have been cool to see them in the theaters.
I got to tell you, man, when the first one was in the theater, that Back to the Future, when that was in the theater, oh my God.
Yeah.
That was something.
I can't imagine. I can't even imagine.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you think it's cheesy, but I remember the first Transformers in the theaters. That was pretty cool because the effects were unbelievably good. Like that was the first movie that like really pushed the special effects to the next level with CGI.
Yeah, I can remember. Yeah, even now, even in the first movie, those effects are still good.
They hold up. That's what I'm saying. It's like that was the first movie that I remember really going into the new age of CGI. Like they had, I guess they had the processing power where they needed it to make the CGI as good as it was in that movie. And again, it hasn't really gotten any better since Transformers 1.
That's true. Yeah, you're right. If anything,
but seeing that the first time, like CGI that good and those fucking Transformers transforming, I was like, what the fuck? I still remember when that first Transformer in the beginning in like the military, transformed. I was like, holy shit!
Yeah, it was almost like we're seeing it for real.
Yeah, it was like it was on that big screen. I was like, what the fuck? Like I literally, like in my head, I didn't say it out loud. What the fuck? It was mind blowing. It honestly was. It was like, holy shit, that's crazy.
Yep.
And like the sound was really good too.
I was gonna say the sound too.
Yeah, it was the whole thing. It was like it was making all these noises that was transforming. Like, what the fuck, dude? It looks so realistic and just so crazy. You're like, oh my! I would not want to fight that thing. Like I would be like, I'm going home.
I'm not
like
fighting.
This is suicide. You know what I mean?
I
like if you were on that military base, you had your fucking M16. You're like, what am I gonna do?
Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat.
You know what I mean? What?
I was just firing the machine gun rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat at the.
Yeah, it's like shooting a BB gun at like a concrete wall. Like I'd be like, we got to get like a jet or something. Like, what are we doing? We need a tank, like, or at least a tank. But even then, you'd be like, I don't know if even our tank's gonna hold up. This thing just transformed in front of us. I think
it. Yeah.
I think it's a little more advanced than us. Again, people like to shit on them, but that first movie and even the second one was okay. I mean, it was. Oh man.
Well,
they were. What?
Yeah, the effects in all of them are pretty good.
Yeah. Now, did I ask you? I think you said you didn't really. I don't know if you saw it, you liked it. Did you see The Island with Michael Bay?
Oh yeah, I saw that back in the day. I haven't seen it in a long time, but I don't remember. I didn't hate it or anything. Why? Do you like it?
I liked it. I thought it was another good movie by Michael
I
Bay.
think it's one of his better ones probably. I
Absolutely, yeah.
haven't seen it forever though. Let me
Yeah,
just
I just. Sorry, you got a comment? Yeah, you got a comment.
no, just say your quick word there.
No, it's not quick. So
Oh, I should have known
it was
that.
about The Island.
C-Snap says, "Oh, love Back to the Future. Went to see it every week for a year." He says, and Matt, you don't have to answer this. He says, "Guys, what years were you born, if I may ask?"
I was 89.
89 for Matt and 76 for Nate. C-Snap says, "Or what was the big movie the year you were born?" Yeah, we just dropped our years. So what were you going to say about The Island?
Yeah, The Island. If you probably said you don't remember much of the movie, but
No.
the plot of that movie was I pretty interesting, especially for the shit that's going on now.
Oh, I see.
Now, and I'll say the plot because it's not, I'm not having, the plot was like a boogeyman. I won't even say that word. The Boogeyman V. Like all these people were locked up in like a semi prison, but it was like a nice prison. It was like nice, remember? Because they couldn't go outside of their holdings, their building because a huge nasty V word got released.
Oh,
you know what I mean? So like outside was it a V word? It might have been something else, to be honest. It might have been some other biological like waste thing. It was either the V word or some other biological like weapon type thing. They couldn't even leave that place. So they were contained, quarantined, and they were like, they had all their needs met, but they had the social distance. I shouldn't say that, but they had they couldn't touch each other. Like they couldn't even touch each other. They had to do all these certain things, and like you didn't know what the fuck was going on. And they had the hope of going to the island, which was like paradise on earth.
Oh, okay.
But they couldn't. They only so many people could go to the island, so it was like a lottery type thing. So it was like, all right, like every day or every other week, they would be like, all right, you're going. This person's going to the island. You won. You know what I mean? They'd be like, yay!
Okay, yeah, I've got the DVD. I should rewatch it.
And the thing was, they weren't going to an island. They were going to get their organs harvested because they were all clones of people in the real world. That had money.
Okay.
And the company in the real world was saying, "Oh, we can grow your organs in this little petri dish pod thing. Like we're not using real humans." Like completely lying to people because they were using real humans because they couldn't do that. They had to use the real human. So they would have real humans, and they would like grow them. I guess they cloned them, and they would just take their organs out and give them to the person who bought them. Huh. And they would implant memories, right? So these people, when they were first cloned, they all had like memories implanted into them of a life before the event, quote unquote. So they all thought it was legit because they had memories implanted into their brain of life before. They had a childhood and all this shit went down, but it was all fake fucking memory.
Oh yeah, they did. A lot of movies do that fake memory thing.
Yeah, but it was there again just to and then the one guy started to like question. He was kind of starting to question what the fuck was going on. I can't remember why. And like the main psychiatrist was freaking the fuck out. Like, why is he questioning this shit? Like, and then I think the main psychiatrist was like something in his genetic code they were trying to get rid of because they're like, oh, we found the flaw. This genetic sequence is able to blah blah blah. It's been a while since I saw the movie. I thought it was pretty good. Like, but the fucked up thing is, it's like it's starting to look a lot like reality.
Yeah, well, that's what they do, right?
Maybe not the organ. Well, shit, the organ harvesting. We don't know.
That could be on the horizon.
That could be on the horizon, but at least right now, with like, yeah, stay in your little pod area, and there, it's dangerous out there. Don't go out there.
Yeah, I'll have to rewatch it. I got the DVD, so.
Yeah, it's really it's ooh. I like it.
It's ooh.
It just when I saw it back in like 2005, it was a really cool sci-fi movie. It was like, yeah, would have never thought our world would actually somewhat resemble that. Like it was just at that time, it was just a fucking fun sci-fi movie that had a crazy plot. Now it's like, oh shit, like a little too close to home. But that's not the only movie. It's like there's a lot of movies, but like that's one that no one brings up when they talk about all this boogeyman stuff. It's like the island actually said a lot of shit.
Yeah, I think a lot of people forgot about that movie.
Actually, yeah, it's like that movie was a little bit like shit. That movie was more on par with the fuck's happening than like a lot of other movies were. Yeah, you at least how they control the masses. I should say at least how they control the masses. You know what I mean?
You probably never really heard of Logan's Run. It's the same kind of thing from the 70s.
I heard of it.
Yeah, it's like when you turn 30, they all go through this ritual. They think that something good's happening, but they're all just being like killed dead.
Why were they getting killed in that movie?
Because I guess in that future dystopian world, like, I don't know, I mean, when you're 30, you're too old to be of use anymore. So
right,
life ends at I can't remember how they present it to the characters. It's like, that's not how they present it to people, that your life is ending. You just they do this ritual that they say is something else, but it's really just killing them, I think.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, it's just funny how there's more movies. There's like more movies about the future that are dystopian than not. It's like, can you name of a futuristic movie that wasn't dystopian in some way? I don't know of any off the top of my head.
I mean, all I can think of is Star Trek.
That's about it, and that was completely fantasy the way that was. So it's like, yeah, it's kind of ironic how like every movie we saw was dystopian future, and that's exactly what we're living in and going to continue living in. So,
well.
I don't know if they were just priming us for the ass fucking of the future, or if it was something, I don't know.
I'd say that's what it is. You're getting people ready for it's kind of like Terminator, the post-apocalyptic, and I never got into the the Hunger Games,
zombies.
Zombies, Hunger Games, and the stuff like that, all just priming the populace for the plan ahead. Yep.
Yeah, it's like it's really a mixture of all these into one. The Hunger Games, the zombie shit. It's like it's not just one of them. It's not going to be The Walking Dead. It's going to be a lot of other shit too.
Combination of everything. Then
you
had that series that, ironically, I think they made 3 movies, and then the interest was lost. They were supposed to do a 4th and never did. Like the Divergent series. Like,
yeah, I never saw those. Were they any good? They were kind of recent, weren't they?
Yeah, I mean, they're okay. I mean, same thing as I never saw Hunger Games, but for some reason, I think I found the Blu-rays for cheap, is why I got the Divergent series. But yeah, it's nothing amazing, but the same thing, just authoritative, future dystopia.
Yeah. Yep. What they're priming people for, and it's like, no, I'm not going to accept that. No.
All right,
that's
Matt.
How I view it.
Matt versus the dystopia.
Well, I'd be one of the characters in those movies, like the one out of whatever million that are like, yeah, this is not right, guys. This is not, we shouldn't be doing this. This is
Matt Skywalker.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like we're at the point now. It's like we're in our current world where it's like you're kind of a fringe minority to be at, like, I guess the viewpoints that I have, like, you know what I mean? Like, I know there are a lot of people that are like, yeah, well, I protest, and and it's like I'm not for this, but like, it's like, dude, you don't know, man. It's like that. I wouldn't say they're a minority because they're not, but I guess at my point, like, I don't meet many people, if at all, that kind of you know what I mean, are at the level that I'm at. I'm not saying like level, but you know what I mean, just the viewpoint or how I view what's going on.
Yeah, just more open thinking. I mean, Gary Page looks like is back. I think he says that was a great film, Matthew. I think he's talking about when we were talking about The Island, I would imagine.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's Scarlett Johansson in her prime. Oh,
well, that's something I was gonna say earlier. I didn't want to sound like a pig, but what the hell? I'm a pig.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she was so hot back in that, especially in that movie. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Too bad it wasn't rated R with some. Did she ever go?
Yeah. Too bad it wasn't rated R.
Did she ever go topless? I don't in anything.
Yeah, she did in like one movie. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I forget what it was. It was some weird movie.
Yeah, it's always the weird movie, isn't it?
I know, it's never something like that where you'd be like, "Yeah, all right." It's like really was some fucking weird ass movie, and they kind of downplayed her sexuality. So they didn't make her. I don't know. They had her hair cut short. It was just like,
oh
yeah. So when
C-Snap says, watched a location video for the original Mad Max movie. Great to see most of the locations in Australia are still the same. Well, yeah, I don't imagine desert changes much, but very cool.
Yep. Man. Crazy stuff, though. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, we just watched the Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome a long time ago. I mean, within the past year, and God, I don't think that's very good at all. I thought it was really boring. Have you seen any of those original Mad Maxes?
Nah, they never interested me. I like the new Mad Max they did. I thought that was really good.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I would imagine they're working on another one. I'm surprised it that was a big success. I'm surprised it took that long for them to. I'm surprised the new one hadn't come out yet.
Well, I guess that movie was a lot of special practical effects. So I imagine that I don't know. I don't know if that had a lot to do with them not wanting to make another one because they want to make everything CGI.
Oh, okay.
Those things are all real. I mean, they did most of that movie wasn't even CGI.
Yeah, that's true. That was really cool.
Yeah, that was a good movie. Yeah, I mean, I thought that was the action in that was really good.
Yeah, I remember people loving that back when it came out. C-Snap says Spielberg's wife got must be her boobies out in that movie Dreamscape. I believe Spielberg had the scene since removed. What an asshole.
The Bergs.
Huh?
When did the Mad Max come out?
The first one was like the 70s.
Nah,
the new one?
Oh, 2015.
It was that long ago?
That was almost 7 years ago that came out.
Wow.
Wow.
So is there a version of Dreamscape that you can still see the movies, like a tape or something? Yeah, thanks, C-Snap. I guess he meant the more recent one, but thank you. Oh, C-Snap doesn't like the new one. Okay, well, it makes sense because he's even older than me.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Did you ever see that one John Carpenter's movie, Ghost on Mars?
Oh yeah, that was horrible. That was like one of the worst John Carpenter movies.
Oh yeah, it was definitely one of the worst. But I was a guilty pleasure.
Oh, so you liked it?
I don't like it's not like a good movie. I know it's not a good movie, but it's like a cheesy movie that I like. I enjoy it.
I understand guilty pleasures. I mean, I got more of those than most people do, so I understand that.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw it in theaters when I was a kid too. So that kind of had something to, we saw it on vacation in theaters when I was.
Yeah, well, seeing it as a kid has something to do with it. Yeah, I probably like a lot of dumb movies that I saw as a kid too.
Yeah, it came out 2001. Yeah, 2001. I saw it in theaters. I was on vacation.
Yeah, because that was after a pretty decent John Carpenter movie that he did 2 years prior called Vampires, which it would have
that was one of his best movies,
right?
easily.
And then he follows up that with this stupid Ghost of Mars. I was so disappointed, and that was
but you got to admit that he did a good job with the makeup, and they were creepy. I thought like the main villain was and the possessed. I thought they did a good job of making them look kind of scary and being creepy. And would you agree with that, or you don't think?
Well, I can't remember it honestly. I mean, I saw it over 21 years ago.
they just, it's like they just the plot and the rest of it, it's just, I don't know. Like the idea of it was pretty. Like I think it could have been a better movie. I don't know if they just didn't hit the home run, but like the idea of it, like it just, you know what I mean? Like the plot, the villain, the way that they looked. I mean, it was all, they nailed that part. The atmosphere.
I've actually got the DVD. I should actually give it a rewatch for fun because I haven't seen it probably 20 years. So,
right.
Looks like there's a couple of movies on my rewatch list. Let me quick say chat here. So it looks like the boobies are on VHS of Kate Capeshaw from Dreamscape. If anyone wants to see the boobies, he agrees about Ghost of Mars being the worst Carpenter. He says, in my opinion, his last good movie was In the Mouth of Madness. Interesting. I find vampires to be a lot better than In the Mouth of Madness, in my opinion, but that's okay. He likes Prince of Darkness, was also great. Gary says Invisible Man, Carpenter film was bad. Oh, Memoirs of an Invisible Man. Yeah, I saw that in the theater. That was just the goofiest movie because it was like Chevy Chase in a kind of a serious role with Daryl Hannah. It was just really goofy. But at the time, I liked it because I'm a big fan of like the original Invisible Man from 1933.
What do you don't like vampire movies?
I'm not big on vampire movies for some
reason. Why'd you like John Carpenter's vampire movie?
That's a good question. I think because he kind of, it's funny because I'm not really big on Westerns either, but this is kind of way he blended Westerns and vampires together, like the Western movie genre, because I think he's kind of a fan of that.
He loves Westerns. Yeah, he says he didn't want to do horror movies. He wanted to do Westerns.
Right. So
I think he really liked doing what he really wanted to do, was a fucking Western movie disguised as a horror movie.
Right, yeah, he did that with kind of Assault on Precinct 13 as well, like an action, urban movie disguised as a Western kind of as well, but yeah.
What was the other movie that was like a Western that he did?
Oh, his first movie before Halloween was Assault on Precinct 13.
Okay, I never watched that.
It's like it's like a gangs in LA attack a closed down police station where people are closing it up.
Interesting.
And you can see there's a lot of Western movie aspects in that, like when the shootouts are going on and stuff.
How would you define a Western movie style? Like what would a movie have to be considered kind of like a Western vibe?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I guess
like you said, John Carpenter's, like you knew instantly, it was a Western style movie.
I mean, I think I guess the shootout in the police station, they're just hold down in the police station, kind of like, I don't know, it's just a lot like being held down in the Alamo or something, I thought
it was also just kind of like the attitude of the main characters.
Right. Yeah. The
way that they're kind of just on the run. It's just, they're kind of lone wolves. There's not many of them.
That's true. A lot of those main characters. Have you seen it?
Which one?
Assault on Precinct. What are we talking about?
No, I have not seen that one. Yeah. I'm just talking about John Carpenter's.
Yeah, so the characters in Assault on Precinct 13 are, some of them are like these inmates that are traveling from one prison to another, and they get caught up in the squabbles, and it's just it's hard to put your finger on the.
They're usually like outlaws too. That's another
right.
They're not usually good guys. They're kind of like the outlaws.
So that's just it. These prison guys are outlaws. Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess the vampire hunter, he was kind of like. He wasn't a bad guy, but he was kind of like a douchey, grimy guy who killed vampires. He wasn't like a role model, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he, and then it's just, but that's how I view it, at least. And it's, and I was not, to be honest, I was not a fan of Western movies. The only movie I thought was okay was, what was that one with Clint Eastwood? One of his later ones, not later, but
Unforgiven.
Like the 70s. Yeah, that was probably the only Western I've seen that I actually Yeah, it was pretty good. Like every other Western I tried watching, I don't even finish. I just don't like the horseback riding and the old. I don't know. It's just
I'm not a Western guy either, I'm afraid. Let me just read C-Snap. He says, I don't know what this means. I quite liked the end was I quite liked that the end was terrible. I don't know if he's talking about, I don't know what the hell one he's talking about. He says Near Dark ends all vampire movies. Yeah, just so everyone knows, everyone's on my ass to see that. I tried to find it online. I can't find it. Apparently the Blu-ray DVD's out of print. So I've been trying to find Near Dark. C-Snap says Assault on Precinct 13 is awesome, amazing soundtrack. He also says The Unforgiven was one of his favorite Westerns. Gary Page says Near Dark, really good film. I'm trying to see it, guys. It's just difficult. C-Snap loves Westerns, and we're caught up.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Good, Bad, the Ugly.
Yeah, that's.
I think it was The Good, Bad, the Ugly. I don't think I saw The Unforgiven. I think it was The Good, Bad, the Ugly.
Oh, that's a really old one. Okay.
Yeah, it was older. Yeah, it was. Unforgiven's what, the 90s or something?
Yeah, Unforgiven's the 90s. And
no, I didn't see that one. I saw Good, Bad, the Ugly. That's the one I liked.
Is that this like?
Yeah.
Oh,
yep.
Okay.
I enjoyed. You didn't enjoy that movie?
It's fine.
It's fine. I mean, I'm not saying like I loved it, but it was like, oh, this is a decent Western. Like I watched the whole thing and I wasn't like, was it? I wouldn't even consider it like one of my. Yeah, I was just like the only Western movie that I was able to watch the whole movie, and I was like, yeah, it was all right. Like that's what I thought. It was pretty good. Like especially for a Western movie, I don't even like these type of movies.
That's true. I remember when we were kids, like 11 in the late 80s, the big movie was Young Guns. I'm sure you've heard of that.
Maybe I've seen it. I can't. The name doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, late 80s. It's got a bunch of stars at the time. I can't even remember any of them. Young Guns. It was a big movie for us kids at the time.
I can't. Not ringing a bell.
That's okay. Let's see here. Yeah, C-Snap says, I think I already said this, love Westerns. So Good, Bad, and the Ugly, Italian spaghetti Westerns. Yeah, Italy got in on the Western craze and was making a lot of them.
You know what the first movie I saw in theaters was?
Oh, this will be great. No, I don't.
I gotta look up the date it came out.
Okay, he's got to keep us in suspense.
No, sorry, I'm not trying to keep you in suspense. I'm just literally just trying to look up the date so I remember how old I was. Okay. It was, and I'll tell you how old I was because I remember it, but I was so fucking young that obviously I don't. All I remember is just some visuals. You know what I mean? That's like I was way too young to know anything else. But I mean, I was so young that honestly I was so young. It was probably at this point one of my first memories of my life.
Wow.
So it was the first movie I saw at theaters was Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Oh my God.
Came out in 1992, November 13th, 1992.
So they took a 1-year-old.
No, I was 3.5 years old. my mom, I guess my family took me to see fucking crazy Dracula movie at 3.5. Like, and again, I guess when you're over 3 years old, you start becoming conscious. You know what I mean? I was going to be 4, like in another couple months. So
well, maybe not for so many Americans nowadays, but for some of us.
Okay, yeah, but yeah, I mean, yeah, around a little before 4 years old, around 4, you start to wake up to you're a person now, and that was one of my first memories. Like that when I think of my first memory of like being alive, it's big in that. Like, I just remember the theater. It was like, it just felt old school. I don't know what theater we went to, but I'm just seeing like this crazy Dracula shit. Like, it was kind of creepy because I was only like not even 4. Like, I wasn't scared of it, but it was a really creepy, but I enjoyed it. Like, it wasn't a bad memory. It was really cool. And then also another memory was like the other first memory I had was like being at the shore. Down at the beach, at the shore, like on the boardwalk or something like that, Like I was at the the rides at the boardwalk they have on the beach.
I think I can visualize it.
Yeah, like I was like near a ride or something, and I guess that was like one of my first memories. That in this movie, so that was my first movie I saw, and I told my mom, and she's like, "I never took you to that movie." I was like, "That's like one of the first memories of my life I have is of that movie," and it came out when I was 3.5 years old.
So your
almost 4.
mom took you.
Maybe my mom had to have taken me. Like maybe my aunts went or something. I don't know who else was there. Like they took me because they were going to see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I wonder what the ticket seller thought. Jesus.
Yeah, because wasn't that rated R?
Well, sure, it's rated R. There's decapitations. There's blood. There's.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I was just like, yeah, my parents. That's one thing. I mean, that was good. They didn't care what I watched. Clearly, like they didn't give a fuck. So I watched all sorts of crazy shit at like 5.
Well, those are interesting first memories. That's cool. I can remember seeing E.T. at the drive-in theater, and I was we had a station wagon, and I was kind of scared of the alien at that young age, and I was mostly not watching, and I think I fell asleep in the back. But E.T. is one of my first movies I can remember seeing at the drive-in theater.
E.T. Yeah, E.T. to Dracula. I wonder what the people around there were probably thinking. Like, what asshole brought their little kid into this fucking movie?
Yeah, that would be so great to see, like the ticket seller's reaction.
Well, what about the people in the theater? They noticed there's like a little
right. That'd be
kid.
Fun to see their reaction as well. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, because I don't ever recall going to a rated R movie like that and seeing a kid. Like I've never in my life remember seeing a kid in a movie that was like whatever, like a horror movie or something that was rated R. I've never seen a kid there. But then again, I usually go pretty late at night, so maybe they are there. Like I probably went on like a Saturday during the day or something. So maybe if I don't know. I don't know what parents take their kids to see.
Well, you're not going to movies much these days, I don't imagine.
Well, that's true. But back when
yeah. Let me just catch up on chat.
Yeah,
do you have it in front of you, or are you looking at something else?
I'm walking around my shed.
That's okay. So C-Snap says Young Guns was good at the time. Emilio Estevez and Kiefer Sutherland, big names back then. Tombstone was great with Val Kilmer, Kurt Russell, and Michael Biehn. Gary Page says Open Range, Kevin Costner, Robert Duvall, brilliant film. Yeah, I can't say I've seen that one. C-Snap says Keanu Reeves was totally miscast in Dracula, and Anthony Hopkins was terrible in it. Best Dracula was Nosferatu in 79 with Klaus Kinski, in his opinion. I can agree about Keanu Reeves, but Anthony Hopkins wasn't as bad in my opinion. C-Snap agrees with Open Range about being a good movie, I guess. C-Snap's first cinema experience was Superman. Oh, that's cool. The first movie, yeah. Gary Page says, thanks. C-Snap Dances with Wolves was the best, though. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that one myself, but to each their own, I always say.
Huh.
Yeah.
Now, for some reason, I can't remember the second movie I saw. Isn't that weird?
That is interesting. You know what would be funny when you were talking about your experience and we compared our first, well, I can't say E.T.'s the first movie, but one of the first ones I can remember. It'd be funny if like somehow when you're a kid, the first movie you see shapes who you're going to be for the rest of your life.
Yeah. Who knows?
That
would explain a lot.
Yeah.
No, I don't think they have that kind of power over a young.
Well, no, it was just a joke.
Yeah, but it's like, but you could argue, my mom didn't care that I went to a movie like that at like 3.5 years old. So that kind of says a lot about my mom that the future was telling. It was kind of more like a horror movie,
Yeah, well, it's like you say, she just wanted to go and took you with because it's what she wanted to do, and you were with her.
And again, it wasn't like I was scared or it was fine. If anything, I enjoyed it. So it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It was just kind of interesting, Like personally, I wouldn't care if a 4-year-old was like, "Hey, we're gonna see some rated R." I wouldn't care. I'd be like, "All right, kid, like you'll be all right." You know what I mean? Like if they didn't want to go, then I'd be like, "All right, I won't force you to see this movie." But I wouldn't personally care if they saw some decapitation at 4. You know what I mean? It's like, that's life. Like, you know
that's
what I mean?
life. Decapitations. Get used to it.
Yeah, like this idea of shielding kids from the reality of life. Again, arguably half the reason we're in this fucking mess to begin with. You know?
That's true. And CSNAP is agreed about whatchamacallit, Dances with Wolves. He says great soundtrack by John Barry. Yeah, I can agree on that. Gary Page says saw Star Wars in 77, and apparently Lucas was still tinkering with the release even then. Jesus Christ. That guy and his tinkering, at least he's hopefully done by now, I would imagine, seeing as how he sold it all.
What he was, I don't know anything about Star Wars tinkering. What do you mean he was tinkering? He was trying to change stuff after the release?
Oh, yeah. I mean, holy cow. It's surprising you don't know about that. But if you're not a Star Wars fan, it makes sense. Yeah, it's been the ongoing gag ever since like 97 was the first time he started tinkering with them. You know, the first three movies when he re-released them, you know, and adding CG and all this crap. And he just did it from then on till basically when he sold Lucasfilm. Just an ongoing thing. So like every time they'd come out on video in a new format, there'd be new changes, you know, DVD, Blu-ray, they keeps changing stuff. It's ridiculous.
And even for the better?
No. This is like all for the worst. I mean, over the course of the years, that there's this stupid, I don't know if you're probably not familiar with the first movie from 77, but when Obi-Wan Kenobi shows up in the desert in the first original movie, there's some goofy, with the Force, he makes some goofy, scary noise to scare away the sand people. And throughout the course of the years, I think he's changed that sound like 4 or 5 times. And you know, the second time it was fine originally. It was just some like generic roar. And then in 97, he changed it to some like high pitched, really stupid, like, and it's just like, what the fuck did you change something perfectly good to something stupid? And that's an example of things he changed. I mean, I suppose some of the stuff is okay, but a lot of it's just absurd.
Yeah. Interesting.
Okay, let me just let's see here.
Chat.
Yeah, I'll do chat. Sounds like you're, you know, making lines of cocaine or something anyway. So
am I?
It's what it sounds like. You're making lines.
What's the sound? Why am I doing it?
Well, it sounds like a razor on glass.
Really?
Well, something's clunking. I mean, it could be.
Oh,
anything.
it's my cup.
Oh,
I didn't know if you could hear that.
Yeah,
it's my paper cup. Is that it?
Yeah, that's the. Okay. Those are the lines.
I got my iced tea and my paper cup.
Oh, okay.
Plastic cup. I'm sorry, it's plastic. It's not paper.
Yeah, stay. Yeah, don't lie to us.
Mm-hmm.
Where the hell? Oh, okay. Here we go. Oh, okay. So, let's see. Where the hell am I? Well, anyway, I'll just read this. CSNAP says, I saw Star Wars also around release time. How magic that was. Yeah, I can imagine back then what it was like seeing that. Can you imagine? Gary?
No, I can't, because like life was probably infinitely better.
Yeah, before the internet.
Not even just Star Wars, but yeah.
Gary Page says saw Star Wars in 77 or 78, and apparently Lucas was. Oh,
no, you already said that. Yeah.
Yeah, was still tinkering with the film after its. CSNAP says Empire Strikes Back was the best cinema experience for him ever. It was so dark, and we had no idea or any information if there was ever going to be another. No internet. It was a great time. Yeah, that sounds magical.
Yeah. What was your greatest cinema experience ever?
Oh yeah, I don't. It's funny. I don't really think anything really stacks up. I told you about when we saw T2, and on the way back we were all just silent.
Yeah, that was probably it then.
I guess it could have been one of them. I won't call it my the definite answer, but one of them. I mean, obviously that came to mind. So just being completely silent in the car on the ride back because all our brains were fried.
Yeah, all our brains were fried. That's how you know it was a good movie. Yeah, I don't know. I had some good. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I mean, I've seen really good movies in the theaters, and I guess are they my best experience? It's just like my favorite movie that was in the theater. I mean,
I guess we all have.
I don't know.
We don't. everyone's best experience.
I got one. I think I know mine because I think it was more than just the movie, right? Like I have like, oh yeah, I love that movie, and I guess it was a good cinema experience because the movie was really good and et cetera, right? It was a good movie and no one disturbed me, and yeah, I guess that's a great experience. But one I can think of was like a movie that I like. I liked the movie; it was a good movie, but also the experience of going there and leaving was very good. It was when I saw it was also like the experience because it was my first midnight release that I ever went to for a movie, and I don't think I've ever been to another one, to be honest.
Huh.
Which is weird, but it was my first and last midnight release, and I saw you don't like vampire movies, but I like vampire movies. It was 30 Days and 30 Nights.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Or 40 Days? 40 Nights.
30 Days of Night.
30 Days of, is that what it was called? I can't remember.
Yeah, the other one is the Josh Hartnett romance. It's 30 Days of Night, I think. The Alaska.
Yeah, the Alaska one. Did you see that one?
I actually did. A friend of ours showed it to us last fall.
Yeah, did you like it or?
Well, I liked, I didn't like necessarily the vampire aspects, but the idea was really cool. And that one scene where that one guy was plowing through him with the big plow or whatever was fun, or tractor.
Mm-hmm.
So I since I don't love vampire movies, I didn't love it, but I mean, it was cool. I liked the atmosphere of the idea of the 30 Days of Night was interesting.
Yeah, that was a movie I was really looking forward to. It lived up to what I expected. It was good. Like, it lived up to the hype. And I was going to like tech school because it was like I just graduated high school the year before. So I was going to tech school. So I wasn't going to normal bullshit school. So like I enjoyed tech school. It wasn't a big deal, I was, so I stayed up late to see this movie when I had to go to school the next morning,
Oh.
So I went to school the next morning with not a lot of sleep, but it was like worth it. But so like, yeah, I guess that experience was cool because I remember going there, like, it was like my first midnight release, and it wasn't a lot of people at the theater. Like, the theater itself was kind of pretty packed, but like it was the only people at the theater were there for that movie because it was a midnight release. So the theater was pretty like empty, and it was like middle of the night, And I remember, I don't know. I remember like when I was leaving, it was like, what, like 2 a.m. or something. I don't know. Like there was this like ad playing above, like, like there's sometimes all those big TVs, like in some of the movie theaters, there's like big TVs that'll play ads or whatever, like where the popcorn and stuff is.
Oh, yeah.
But like, yeah, when I was leaving, like there was like this ad playing for some Sprite commercial. And it was kind of a cool commercial, but like the song was like really good, and it had a really good guitar. Like I still remember the guitar riff. I know that I can't remember the name of the song, but like the guitar riff was like really cool, like a really cool. Never heard the song before, and this really, really cool guitar riff, and like this kind of cool looking commercial. And the commercial looked cool, like they were jumping into what you thought was like concrete, but it was like water. It was just like, I just remember, like, I don't know, just everything hit together. It was like real late at night, saw a good vampire movie. It was like no one was there, just hearing that song and seeing that. I don't know. It just was like very peaceful. It was probably my best experience at a movie. And it's like kids now will never know that. So
interesting. So not a lot of people were actually there to see it in the midnight screen?
No, there were a good amount of people there, but like when I left, it's like
it was so late.
There was no one.
It was so late. It was empty. Okay.
Yeah, it was whatever. For whatever reason, it was pretty much empty, and I was leaving, and maybe I went to the bathroom or something after, and like everyone else had left. I don't know.
That's interesting. So this thing was like what was it? A music video or a commercial, or?
It was a commercial. I think you could find it on the internet. Yeah, it was just a Sprite commercial, but it had like a really cool.
Interesting.
And the song was really good. Like the song, at least the guitar riff was really good. Like I just remember hearing that guitar riff and be like, that is such a cool ass riff. Yeah, it just was like it all just, perfect timing for that to happen. And yeah, it just, I don't know. Perfect chain of events.
I understand. It's just one of the moments that has just stayed in your head ever since. That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just one of those moments where it's happened a couple times in my life. I don't know if it happened to you or it happens to other people, but there's been like a couple moments in there, and honestly, they're probably less than 10. Like that's how rare they are. There's been like probably less than 10 moments in my entire goddamn pathetic life where I had maybe a couple minutes, or maybe 10 minutes of just, or whatever it was, like a brief time where, like you said, in that moment, all these chain of events just worked. Like I just got out of theater. It was peaceful. It was late at night. I love late at night. This amazing, cool kind of commercial with this cool song just playing through the theater. It just all hit you at once, and you felt I felt very peaceful. You know what I mean? Like a very peaceful feeling.
I do. That's
you know what I mean?
That's just beautiful. I'm not.
Yeah,
even, I'm not
and I've had that other. I said probably less than 10 times I've ever experienced. Again, for whatever reason, things just all click together, and I felt you just feel this brief moment of absolute peace. Like it's a feeling of peace, because I'm, that's how I describe it.
Yeah, that's
it's not really like cool. It's not like you're elevated and happy. Like I guess you're happy, but it's not like this. It's just this feeling of peace, and you don't know. I couldn't tell you what was going to happen. It was just this random shit that just, again, it all just comes together, and it just hits you, and it's just, I don't know. It's just it's very rare. I haven't experienced it in many years, to be honest, which is pretty sad. What about you? Have you ever had that happen?
Nothing comes to mind. I'm sure the same. I'm sure I've had the same kind of experiences and stuff where it's just like you just become aware all of a sudden of just like everything where you are just being right, and just like this moment is cool,
and
but
pretty, and
it's
pretty, and it's
probably
it's
mostly
nice.
in the nice weather and not so much in the winter in my case, but yeah. That's beautiful. Let me catch up on chat though. Let's see here. C-Snap says saw Raiders of the Lost Ark over 20 times in the cinema. Holy crap. Possibly, okay, this is crazy. Possibly over 100. 100 in total. Even probably including home video, I would imagine. Even went to North Africa to visit the locations and the Star Wars locations in Tunisia. Yeah, I think you've mentioned that before, C-Snap. That's very cool. Did you get any photos or video or anything? That would be cool to put on your channel. Gary says, Nate, does Kevin Bacon ever talk about Friday the 13th? He did something recently in past years where he did this. I don't think it doesn't count as him talking about it, but he did some kind of commercial or some kind of really quick video or something where he like had the greenish tank top on, and he had this fake kind of arrow sticking out of his chest. So that was kind of a nod to it. He might have even had like his 80s hair, but that's the only closest thing I can think of to more recent times of Kevin Bacon talking about it. There was also this video where he was talking about something else. I think there was a Friday the 13th poster in the background, but I think that's as close as he ever gets to like talking about it. But C-Snap says, C-Snap says, Gary, I'd say if he was paid enough, he'd talk about it. He also says Kevin Bacon was always a solid actor. Loved The River Wild with him and John C. Reilly, another great John Barry soundtrack too. Actually, I love that movie as well. That Jerry Goldsmith did the score for The River Wild. Gary Page says thanks, C-Snap. We've got a Gary. Okay. So we've got a guy by the name of Gerry, a different Gary. He says, Nate, I need to thank you for making the video on the filming locations of Dario Argento's Trauma. How cool is that to suddenly discover that a horror master,
you got a new guy?
Yeah, a horror master once made a film in your area. Well, you're very welcome. Thanks for watching that video. Which video did you watch it on? My overly long review or the Trauma Blu-ray news? We've got Gary Page says, Animal House, thank you, sir. May I have another one? I think he's just commented. I think that's just a line from the movie, I imagine. C-Snap says, okay, guys, gotta go. See, I managed to get you guys off extreme sports and back to movie talk. See you guys soon, or see you soon, guys. Joe, thanks for showing up, C-Snap. He says, oops, yes, Jerry Goldsmith. All right. Yeah, River Wild, I love that as well, and great music and scenery, and I'm caught up in chat.
Wow, that was a lot.
Yeah, it'd be a lot easier if you were reading it too.
My bad. I've been slacking.
I feel like the old days of me reading it only because I'm reading it only, but
no one wanted to Skype.
Well, did you not know if they do? They're not letting me know about it. Did you see that?
Oh, you didn't ask them. But you had. Well, I'm saying you didn't ask them either.
Well, I feel like everyone knows. Maybe you're right. I just don't want to harass people every time.
I don't think it's harassment.
I feel like everyone knows that I want people to Skype. I guess I could mention it every time. I just don't want to be some kind of a push, a bully or.
Yeah.
People should know by now. Like if people want to Skype, they can Skype. But Gary said if I learn the accent he's got, he might possibly do it. So that's hopeful.
Well, I'm just saying you had that new guy I've never seen, so he probably doesn't know.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I just as soon Skype with people that I know. That way we don't get anyone saying shit.
That's true. Yeah, you don't know him yet.
So
yeah,
unfortunately, even if Gerry wanted to, I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, he's not. You don't know his
until I know him. No offense, Gary. I think.
Yeah, well, it's risky. I think anyone with a brain gets it. If you say something, it could fuck up the channel.
Right. So only people that YouTube. I've been on the show for a long time.
Because you're live and you're on the air, you can't cut it out or beep it if they say something.
Well, you can cut it out later, but then that deletes the entire chat replay.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying you can't cut out like a little piece, but can you actually?
Yeah, you can go cut out a little piece, but it deletes the whole.
Okay.
It deletes the whole chat replay.
Oh, it fucks the whole chat replay up though.
It's completely gone. Yeah, I've done it.
That's so stupid.
I did it last year on something.
Oh God, that's so stupid. How's Beth doing? What's she up to?
She's fine. She's I would imagine she's off work by now. She might even be listening for all we know. Hi, Beth.
Hi.
Yeah, I don't know if she's listening.
I was just thinking because we're like in February and we're not far off from spring, and I was just like, yeah, spring is such a nice time, isn't it? Just smelling all the pollen and shit in the air. I don't know, just the smell changes because of all the plants. The temperature rising. It's such a. Oh man, it's nice.
Spring is beautiful. Yeah, it almost makes suffering through winter worth it every year.
Yeah, because you got the special purple flowers that like the plants that only like the stuff that only comes out in spring with the different colors.
Yeah, they only last for like a week or two.
Yeah, but it's so nice.
I take pictures of them every year because they're so pretty, and they're like some of the first stuff that comes out of the ground.
Yeah, it really is like here's your little reward for suffering through winter.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Enjoy it while it lasts. Yeah.
Yeah, but then summer's cool. Like you still get nice stuff that comes out in the summer. But yeah, you get the spring as the really beautiful, different color, purple, pink, whatever, red, vibrant colors, I should say. And it's funny because you've got people that think. So my dad doesn't. He just cuts the lawn. He doesn't plant only these nutcases like my fuckhead neighbor. Like they only have grass on their yard. The whole yard is only grass, right? So there's no dandelions, no wild little flowers. So like our yard in the spring, you get all those purple little flowers that pop up in the spring. So like it's all these amazing looking things, and then you look right over my neighbor's yard, and it's just nothing but green fucking grass. Because to them, seeing these beautiful wild spring flowers are. Evil. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, but someone should tell them that grass is technically a weed too. If they knew that, they'd nuke their whole lawn.
No, but it's just like you can't tell me when the people do that. It's like you don't have a brain for yourself unless you were literally insane. You cannot tell me that those beautiful wild flowers that only show up in the spring, they go away, are not prettier than your fucking sterile looking lawn. Are you fucking crazy?
So the reason it doesn't grow there is they must just have the chemicals on.
They have nothing but grass. Yeah, it doesn't grow at all. If I took a picture.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because those flowers kind of grow out of more dirty, non-grass areas. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. I don't think they can grow in the grass, I guess. Or if they did grow, he would go out there and kill them.
Yeah, he'd go out and
when they do manage to grow, I guess he probably kills them.
pluck each one
like,
out. Yeah.
Fucking nutcase. Yeah. But like in the summertime, we have dandelions and we have the yellow. What are the yellow ones? Are they called dandelions? The yellow.
As far as I know, those are dandelions.
Yeah. So we have all those different dandelions, and I like the way they look. And the guy has none of them. Like, how does this beautiful wild plant? That's again, you're not. I don't know. These people are nuts, man.
Oh yeah, the people who are they got the culture convinced them that the beauty of nature is somehow dirty and unwanted. Yeah.
Yeah, these wild plants, that grow that you don't have to do anything. They just happen
on their own. Yeah.
Because they're wild. They're whatever. They're
invasive beauty.
Yeah. Yeah, where you technically your fucking grass is invasive. Your grass was really not meant. It was meant to be like, I don't know, dude. I guess there are different types of grass that probably grow even where I live, but most of it is they have to buy the seeds and plant it because they're not natural around here.
Oh, okay. We've got the new Gary with 2 R's and a E says, I've heard that Kevin Bacon says that he gets asked to sign Friday the 13th posters more often than any other posters from his filmography. That's funny. Yeah, I don't doubt
like how you
that.
call him New Gary.
Huh?
I like how you call him New Gary.
Yeah, new Gary. Yep, it's New Gary. Double R Gary.
Well, he can see the other Gary, so he knows what you're talking about.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Isn't that funny? Like one of his first movies is probably his most popular one.
Yeah. So is spring your favorite time of year?
My favorite time of year is
fall. I like fall the most.
Spring and summer. Yeah, people who say they like fall the most, I just don't understand it. But I guess if you're in a well, let me finish. If you're in a climate like you are, where the winter isn't
different. Yeah, your
as
fall's
horrible,
a lot colder.
My winter's horrible. So fall means like horrible weeks ahead, and to you it just means maybe a little cold and.
Yeah, you're right. You would, because fall is beautiful, man. I mean, it's like the leaves changing and. Speak of, you know what I mean? So, and just, I love the smell of the air too in the fall, and the weather is like perfect in the fall.
Yeah, so I like spring, summer, and fall. And don't get me wrong. I mean, there's a lot of, beauty to be had in winter, and in the when it's really bitterly cold out and it snows. Like the snow is so fine and fluffy and sparkly. I mean, there's beauty to be had in winter, but at this point, we've just had so many weeks of just frigid temperatures. I'm pretty much over it.
Yeah, you just get hit. You get hit too hard with winter. Just like if you lived in Florida, you'd be like, I'm over the fucking summer.
And humidity, yeah. Oh God.
So it's just like if you get too much of something, it's too extreme, you're gonna be like, I'm good,
Exactly. So I can agree about fall, like all of those leaves that are
and in Halloween season, all the decorations.
Yeah, and you see the decorations and you smell the leaves in the air. Yeah, that's beautiful.
Yeah, you smell the leaves in the air.
And like you say,
and again, the temperature is good.
Right. You kind of get sick depending on the summer you end up with. You kind of get sick of the stifling heat by then, so the cool down feels nice.
Yeah, I think our summers obviously are hotter than yours too.
Well,
they definitely are. They definitely are.
Okay, I guess my summers better than I do.
Oh, I'm assuming since you're up north, they have colder summers than us. Like we get, what's like? How often do you get a 90-degree day?
Yeah, it depends on the summer, but I mean, it can. Yeah, probably just 5 or 6 or 7. I don't keep track.
Okay.
What about you, Mr. Summerman?
Now I gotta Google this because maybe I'm wrong, but I just
you don't even know. You don't even so cold. Can't even.
I'm assuming that you have a more mild summer than I do.
You can't even recount your own summer experience. You got to go.
No, I'm just saying. Like when I go up north, like if I were to say where's the best place to spend summer, like I'd be like not like PA is not bad, but I would want to go somewhere further up north where it's not as hot all the time. So you're in Minnesota?
I am.
So summer high and temperatures average in mid-80s in the south. Are you in the northern half or southern?
No comment.
Oh shit! Yeah, I can't. Philadelphia summer.
Gary says, "Okay, Nate. See you next week." I don't know what our kid. I don't know what that means. Get that man. I don't know if you spelt this name right. This certain British accent. Sorted, mate. Okay, I'll do my best. I got a fucking school assignment.
Yeah, you don't like. Yeah, I heard the anger in your voice when you. I got a fucking school assignment. Oh, those are the worst, man. Oh my god. Now let me ask you this. I've talked to other people about this. School was so traumatizing for me because I hated it so fucking much. It was such a prison that I don't know about you, but I got nightmares years. I'm talking years after school ended. I would still get nightmares that I was like at school and I had to like I was late on an assignment.
Holy shit. Those are the
What?
nightmares that would plague me up until, I don't know, the last
like
5
a
or 10
long
years.
time. Like it took like over a decade for them to like kind of finally start to go away.
Let me. I'm going to interrupt you, and then you can tell me more about your experience with your dreams. But mine, mostly, my high school nightmares are, it's like the last couple days of the year, and I haven't been to this one class in the last 6 months.
Oh, that you don't pass it. You have to go back.
No. My dream is, God, I wonder if I'm going to pass this class that I haven't been to that I've skipped for the last 6 months. Now that I've got, I can't fix it now. I hope I pass. It's kind of a dumb thought because obviously I'm not going to pass, but yours are like you have to
It's
go.
a mix. It was a mixture. It was exactly what you said because I did skip a lot of school in high school. My junior year of high school, I skipped so much that my parents could have gone to. They could have got in trouble for truancy. The only reason they didn't is because I was really good at fucking with their numbers. You know what I mean? Because I went to Vote Tech, so I would not go to Vote Tech, and then I'd show up for like one class at like 1:00 p.m. because I could walk to my high school. So they'd be like, "Oh, you were at school, so technically you weren't not here today." And I would do all these fucking things, or I would sometimes sign in and I would just walk out home. So they'd be like, "You signed in, but like, you know what I mean?" They didn't know how many days I really skipped.
Yeah.
But if they knew, then my parents would have gotten in trouble.
Or just go there and just for the head count and homeroom and leave.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I did that a lot of days. I'd go there, wake up.
I should have done that.
But yeah, so I actually had to go to night school my senior year because I failed out of classes because I didn't go to them. So I had to go to night school my senior year to make up for my junior year. So I had a lot of dreams just like that where like I didn't pass and I had to go back to I didn't pass my senior year and I had to go back for another year. Like and it would oh my god, those are some of the worst. I had one dude and like and they would and I also would just have dreams where like I just didn't I had to get a test in and I failed the test or I didn't write the paper in time. So it was a mixture, but the worst one was definitely where I would have to go back for another year. Those were always the worst.
Jesus.
I remember one time I literally woke up and I was convinced like almost the whole fucking day that I had to go back to school like next year.
After
I was probably like 25. I was probably like 25. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not kidding. And like, I was because the dream was so traumatizing. It was such a fucking nightmare of a dream that it really felt so real. And when those type of dreams are like, you don't know that sometimes they blend into reality because it's like, it was reality for me. It's not like a nightmare that like some dude was chasing me and trying to kill me. Like, that was a dream,
Yeah, but you've been to school, so you don't know.
Yeah, so I woke up thinking like most of the day I was like, fuck. And then like I remember like almost near the end of the day, I'm like, oh my god, that was just a dream. I don't have to go back. Like it fucked with me that bad. And that happened a couple times.
That's horrible.
Where I was legit thinking I had to go back to school for another year. The worst dreams of my life, dude. That's how fucking bad school was. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I mean, as much as I bitch about jobs and stuff, like they're nothing compared to school. Because I quit the job. Fuck you. Or I slack off. Like I'm a full grown man now. I don't have to listen to this shit. I don't care. You know what I mean?
But you had to be in school.
You had to be in school.
Land
you
of
couldn't
the
just
free.
call off. What?
In the land of the free.
Land of the free. You have to be in that government education camp.
Wow.
Education camp? Is it actually education? Because I didn't get much of an education.
Indoctrination.
Indoctrination. Yep. It's very important that you go into that fucking school every day.
So,
and I swear to God, I haven't had a school dream in maybe a year. I don't know. I still feel like I probably will have them the rest of my life. They're a lot more rare now as I've gotten older. But I think honestly, till the day I die, I might still have a school dream here and there pop up. That's how bad it was.
I know.
What about you? Like, have you had one recently, or how? I mean, I'm sure for you, it's probably the further you're away from school,
right? It seems
the less
like
they come.
God, I don't. It's hard to say. I don't think I've had one in 3 or 4 years, but it's hard to say.
Yeah,
but they used
because you might have had like a mundane one that didn't really fuck with you. That you
right. I mean,
about.
it's not like you remember all your dreams, but
No.
I can remember them being much more.
Oh, in like your early 20s, I had so many of them.
Yeah, well, I mean, even late, all through my 30s. I mean,
yeah.
So let me read.
Read the chat.
Hold that thought. So the new Gary says, now there's only one Gary again here. Ha ha. That's true. So Gary, double R Gary, do you reside in Minnesota as well? You said something about trauma filming locations being in your area. So does that mean you're a Minnesotan resident?
Wow.
That could be. That would be interesting. If so, you should. Any plans to go and check out the locations yourself? That's the question to Double R Gary.
Yeah, Double R.
I don't know what. Yeah, Gary. I guess Double R Gary is easy to say. I guess.
New Gary, Double R.
Gary. New Gary. Yeah, that's easier to say. I guess. Well, yeah. Well, the new Gary's got a blue thing, and the old one, old one's got a pink. So I could say Blue Gary. I don't know.
Pink Gary, Blue Gary.
Well, I'll just say Gary and then Blue Gary. I'm not going to say Pink Gary.
Did you graduate like with your diploma? Like, did you graduate or did you get a GED?
Yeah, so I got a diploma, but I mean, I didn't. Okay. I was.
Let me ask you. Did you go to what's the stupid ceremony after you graduate?
I was just going to mention that. I just went in. No, I'm not a ceremony guy. I never been. Yeah. So I just went in there and grabbed the worthless piece of paper from.
Yeah, that's what I did. I never went to my ceremony. I never, because like, I guess it was the same for you. Wasn't like your last week of senior year, like all about practicing for the ceremony or something?
I have no idea. I didn't go to any of that shit.
No, I didn't either. So like the last couple of days of my senior year were just you practicing for the ceremony. I wasn't going to the ceremony, so I didn't go to those couple things.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I did go 1 or 2 days to finish up my. I was building an entertainment cabinet at shop class, and it wasn't done. So I did go like one day to like finish it, and then I went another day to go pick it up with my mom's van. So I remember when I went to go pick it up, some of my senior classmates were obviously there like doing the thing. They're like, "Hey Matt, why aren't you I'm like, because I'm not going to the fucking, you know what I mean? And I remember they helped me load it up in my car. They were asking me, and I was like, nah. And I'm like, I'll see you later, guys. And I just left. And then I think like a month later, I showed up to maybe a month or two later. Like I wasn't in any rush to get that stupid piece of paper. I didn't really care. I showed up like a month or two later to go pick up my ceremony was me walking into the office and asking for my piece of useless paper, and then I just left this. You know what I mean? That was probably the last time I went into that fucking. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever went back into that school. Have you gone back to your like old high school?
It's interesting. Yeah, I did go back to see just for fun, just to see a play. I can't remember. This was in God, it was this long ago. I saw a play there just for fun in 2011, so that was a long time
Interesting
ago.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever gone back in that school. Like
it was wild to walk back in there again. Oh my God.
I bet like I've been to the school. Like I've driven plenty of times in the outside because it's literally I can walk there. I've driven past it. I've driven even in the parking lot. Like I've even gone to the track to walk around. But have I walked inside that building since that day I picked up the diploma? I don't know if I have, to be honest. I can't recall I have. And I always thought the same thing. I was like, yeah, maybe I should go back to see a play or something. Like, that'd be kind of a wild trip.
Yeah,
You
that
know?
was it was funny how I guess it's because I'm no longer in school, but it's funny how as much as I hated it, like going back in there, I guess the school no longer poses a
Has that
threat.
pull on you? Yeah,
Yeah,
threat.
it's
Yeah,
no longer a threat, but I found it to be weirdly nostalgic. Like, okay, I hated this
sure.
place. So how
But
is
it was
this
your life still. It was still your life,
yeah,
and
I
you
guess
still had
so.
good memories in there. You
Well,
still
I
had
don't know
friends you
about
made,
that.
right?
I had good memories walking out every day and leaving, but I don't
That's true. Well,
I
didn't you
mean,
have friends that you would talk to?
I guess there were, yeah. Let's be fair. I mean, yeah, there's brief moments where you have a laugh, or the girls
Yep.
are looking at you, or you're looking at them mostly,
Yep.
and yeah, okay,
It's your life. As much as
yeah,
it sucked, it was still your childhood. It was still your life, that you
okay,
spent a lot of time in. That's how I view it, at least.
yeah, okay. I hear you. Yeah, it's too bad. I don't know if you've. I wouldn't imagine you could even get into your high school these days.
Oh, nowadays. Oh God, yeah. They probably call the cops. They're like, we have the state of alarm. Are you wearing the beep? Are you wearing the beep? Did you get the beep? You know what I mean? Now it would be like fucking lockdown police state.
And it's
Holy
crazy
shit.
because back when I saw that play, that was 2011, so that was before that thingy in the
That
following
was
year. And
way before the thingy.
well, no, 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 no. In the following year in Connecticut, that I won't say out loud, where
Oh yeah, that's right. Which was probably another fake
yeah,
thingy.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Well, we know and they don't know. Yeah, the following. Yep, that was probably another. Yeah, like you said, who knows what it was,
oh, okay. Let me.
right?
Yeah, right. We're just talking about a movie show anyway. So I'm gonna read.
He's Russia. He's
Oh,
from
okay. I'm gonna.
Nate. Note Nape. I'm Russia. Just fan of movie All Star. I'm in Russia. He's a Russian. Like
Okay, so let
actually.
me finish read his other comment.
Okay.
Gary says, I've seen both of your videos on trauma. The new Blu-ray release from Vinegar Syndrome is brilliant. He also says, Nate, nope, he's in Russia, just a fan of Argento, and it started with trauma for me. Well, that's very cool. That's very
So
cool.
since he's in Russia, I'm assuming he's a Russian. Are we supposed to be scared of him because they told me Russia is bad?
Yeah, I don't know if we want to. Yeah, I think we can answer that question. It's funny because I had a coworker at a bum deadbeat job I had, was a Russian, and she said,
Yeah.
it's like, oh, I remember the '80s when we got propaganda about you guys being a
Yeah.
threat, and she said, yeah, we got the same thing about the U.S. It's like the people don't hate the other people. It's
No.
just
It's funny. Yeah.
yeah, it's funny.
I have no problems with any Chinese people I've ever fucking met. I even like hooked up with a Chinese girl. I mean, right? But like, you know what I mean? I don't. Yeah, their government insane, just like ours. The people that run their
But you
country. But
can't blame the people
no,
from these
no,
countries because they're just
no.
like us. And
Yeah, and like yeah, it's just like oh Russia bad and like oh I met plenty. I met Russians. I have no pro. How they're not my enemy. With
isn't
people
that
around the
isn't that pathetic how the media just says, okay, these people are now enemies of this country, and it's like, oh
yeah. Yeah,
yeah,
like
why?
same with Iraq. Like Iraq, like
Yeah.
before they said bad things about Iraq, I didn't even know it existed. I was like, "What's Iraq?" I was like, I didn't even know what the country was like. What the fuck? These are bad. Okay, and then I always said the same thing. Like, even if you believe the story about what happened, how is like a couple people means the whole country has to get invaded? That was even at like 11. I was like, this is fucking stupid. Like, who buys this shit? And then
Everyone.
everyone apparently. And then now with this shit going on now, it's the same thing. I'm like, who buys this? Apparently everyone. So, oh man, but yeah, the Russian thing. It's like they just don't. It's like okay, dude. Like they've been going on with Russia and China for like since what the 80s, the 70s. It's just like people still buy this shit. You know what I mean?
And it's funny how, because the Russian shit was going on for a while, and then, at the end of the '80s, then they're no longer a threat for several decades, and then they're a threat
Mm-hmm.
again, and it's just like, what a joke.
What a fucking joke. And again, I could kind of understand before because most people probably never even met a Russian back in the 80s because they weren't allowed here. But it's like, dude, you probably like met Russians in your country, like, or you've talked to them on the internet, you've seen their videos on YouTube. It's like, how is this still like I kind of get how they could pull it off before the internet, but it's like how are they able to still do this?
But maybe they're not. Maybe they're panicking a bit because maybe people are maybe it doesn't have quite the same effects. Like China bad, Russia bad, because it's like people do interact with people from those countries because of the internet now, and it's like I don't think so. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that was never a factor back in the 80s, 70s, 50s, 40s. You know what I mean? Like
I hear you.
I guess the only way they can still pull off North Korea bad is because we've actually never talked to a North Korean because they are kind of in their own lockdown. And like the older I get, the more I'm like, I don't think is North Korea bad? Like, do we even know? Like how do we know North Koreans? They tell us they're the bad guys. All we see is I can't say that. Too far.
Oh, I know. I'm just laughing. I don't know what you're saying. What were you saying?
No, I'm just saying. Do you know? Like they tell us North Korea bad, but we don't know. They're like, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
I understand. Yeah, I mean, I hear you.
And then you're like, well, then the older you get, you're like, oh, I totally get why North Korea wants nothing to do with the rest of the world. I mean, it seems pretty sane to me. Like, I don't know. It's crazy. It's like, are the Amish bad? They don't want anything to do with your world. They don't look at all your shit.
Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised they didn't. Maybe that's coming in the future, but somehow.
They're such a low threat, man. I don't think they worry about them until the end.
I know. Well, that would be what would be even more comical to have them, put them in the media as being some huge threat to try to get rid of them. I mean, anyway.
Yeah, they probably will eventually. Yeah.
That would be hilarious. Yeah, the new Amish threat.
The new Amish threat.
Here, you know how they do all these things where the car crashes through the parade, the horse and buggy crash through the parade.
Yeah. The horse and buggy. Yeah, I don't. It's gonna be. I don't know how they're gonna do that one. They're probably thinking about it right now.
I got a new name for Gary. Russian Gary says, "Please don't be scared of me. Ha ha. This propaganda really messes things up. We're all the same. Blyach."
What's he say?
I just read it. Please don't be.
I didn't understand. You said we're all the same. I couldn't understand the same in the Russian accent.
Oh, yeah, we're all the same.
Yeah, it's really crazy. It's like, yeah, dude, yeah, Russia. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think you bad guy. I think you on the fucking TV, you bad guy.
Right. The people on TV are the bad guys.
Yeah, the people controlling the TV, bad guy. I'm doing the Russian accent, but same with the.
Hey, wait! I control the TV with the remote.
But actually control the network. You know what I mean?
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Yeah, we'll control those. They're controlling those people with a remote. Probably now, literally.
So I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how they're still trying to push this division worldwide, and it's just like.
Well, the thing that I think is the craziest is that people never learn and they just continue to fall for it. I just don't understand. Like, I don't know, but oh well.
I mean, have as many people fallen for it as in the past, though? That's the real question.
I'd like to think that the last couple of years. I like to think that the last couple of years actually woke up a lot of people.
But like my point is, with the internet and with all this information, do you think that they underestimated how many people? Like that's what I want to know, because we don't know the true numbers of people that, like, you know what I mean, that are. I don't know.
I think I get what you're saying.
Like in 1940, how would you know anything about Germany, Russia, any of these countries that are supposed bad people, right? You wouldn't know anything. All you would know is what they showed you in those papers. So now it's a different. Now it's way different.
Yeah, I think it's probably we're probably better for it in that regard, because, like you say, I mean, at least we get information from different sources, where back then it was just one source.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
yeah, and then like now, like with the video, you interact with those people directly. You can talk to a Chinese person, you can see their video, you can see a Russian person's video. Like you can't make them out to be the boogeyman, evil, whatever you want,
Yep.
When they're humanized, I guess.
Russian Gary says, Nate, your take on the Russian accent was impeccable.
He watches a lot of Russian movies.
Yeah, actually.
Well, we did watch a lot. That's the fucking thing with our propaganda movies. We saw so much propaganda movies with Russia. Russians were the bad guys. Remember?
Well, right. In the 80s, it was Rambo 2 and 3 was versus the Russians.
Yep. And then in the 2000s, Russians became not the bad guy, and then it was the Middle Easterns we got that were the bad guys in the movies. But again, I'm not buying it. I never bought it. I'm still not buying to this day. No, I don't think they're the bad. Nope, nothing to do.
Well,
nope,
they were
not buying it.
It's interesting though, because they did spend the 80s setting up the Middle Easterns as the bad guys. With if you look at all kinds of
Rambo.
Not so much Rambo, but like movies, even like Back to the Future. The guys, the guys that he's the Libyans, the.
Oh yeah,
the
you're
people
right.
that tried to buy the plutonium.
They were slowly priming him away from Russia to the Middle East. Yeah. And now they've gone right back to Russia again. But they're kind of pushing the Middle East. It's like, oh, Iran, we still don't like Iran. It's just like, again.
They've been talking about Iran since at least the 80s. I can remember there was this video game. I've told you my mom had like one of the first Apple computers. There was this video game which was basically a black screen with some dots that was called like something Iran, where it was basically you just figure out the trajectile of this missile you're shooting from, I would imagine, the U.S. to Iran or vice versa. I don't remember, but you have to do the correct triangulation of the angle of this thing. So the dots go up into the screen and then come back down. And, if you do the right triangulation, which was impossible to do, you'll hit your target. But I can remember Iran being a thing even in the 80s.
Fucking making little kids video games, shooting them with missiles. It's like,
which were dots on a black screen. Yeah.
Yep, that's great.
So let me ask Gary. So Russian Gary, the first movie, Dario movie you discovered was Trauma. How did you do that, and when was that, if I may ask? That's interesting. Just putting that out.
I wonder if he can come on the Skype eventually once you get to know him. Have him with the Russian accent.
Yeah, that's something.
That'd be cool.
In the future, would Russian Gary be interested in a Skype call? Because I recently started doing Skype calls, and not a whole lot of people want to do it. So we listen to Matt every week.
He types English well, so I'm assuming he can speak it decent too.
Yeah,
but we don't know. Maybe he does. Maybe he's not actually Russian. Maybe he lives there, but he could be.
That's true. Anything. We don't even know if he's Russian.
Yeah, we don't even know. He isn't. We have not verified.
Nope. We must verify.
Like, how would I even move? Like, if I were to move to Russia, I'm sure he knows better than me. I've never looked into it, but as an American, it's like, I'm sure they don't want me in their country.
Yeah, imagine being there now and oh my God.
Oh, I'd rather be in Russia than America now. And I don't know about you, but I'd rather be there.
Well, yeah.
I guess the only flaw is I don't know the Russian language, so that's the only thing I'd have to learn. But I'd rather live in Russia than here.
All right, see ya.
I fucking hate this. This country is really shitty.
Yeah, but unfortunately, they're like, I don't know. The last 2 years have been like a global shit sweep. Like,
I agree, but I just don't think it's as bad in Russia. They didn't really take to this like we did. But like you said, I don't know. Like I said, it is around the world, and it's getting
right. Hurt. I mean, I don't know if we can escape it anywhere on the planet, but I hear you.
You got to stand up to it. That's all you can do at this point. And yeah,
Matt Skywalker.
Yeah, it's really foggy where I'm at. Damn.
Yeah, that's what happens when it warms up. Was it cooler recently and it did warmed up or
yeah, it warmed up and rained and then it's all foggy.
What really sucks is when it warms up in the winter and everything starts melting, and then you get a freeze and then everything's fucking ice. Jesus, I hate that.
Oh, that's the worst. Yeah. Jesus. Yeah, I mean, we could be in Australia right now. Can you imagine that crazy shit?
Yeah, I feel bad for verisimilitude.
Oh God, I can't even imagine. But again, we're on the trajectory of that, so it's or even worse than that. So it can't feel that bad because it's coming home for you, buddy. You know, something's coming for you.
Thank you.
It's like it might be worse here. I mean, we have. Oh man,
we were doing such a good job. Let's just keep to
He says
school nightmares.
That's right. I'm Russian. Rambo 2 and 3 are widely loved, though here, regardless who the villains are in this show. Yeah, I guess
That's kind of funny. Like the Russians are the enemy, but those movies are loved there. That's fun.
Yeah, it is kind of funny when you think about it. But I mean, it's like an old movie. I mean, anyone with half a brain was like, yeah, it was just propaganda, but they had to put someone as the bad guy. We were the bad guys, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, who's the bad guy now? Like, is it it's China. Now it's China though. It's a little Russia, but it's definitely been China the past couple of years. You notice that?
Oh, well, you can't help but notice that.
Yeah. So China is definitely the new. Oh no, China!
Yeah, honestly, I don't even keep track of the quote unquote.
I mean, they're changing them like the wind,
daily. Yeah.
Yeah, it's whoever they need to go after, And all it takes is like one fucking day, like 9/11, where now here's the new enemy.
Oh, that's it. I mean, you just said it.
Yeah,
just one afternoon can change the course of.
Yeah, so it's like it could be some fucking country that I'm like, I don't even know that country. Okay, they're the bad guys now. Okay,
if
it's
you
probably gonna be people in like fucking probably gonna be like people in Antarctica or something. It's gonna be like, oh, there's Antarctican people that are down there. Bad.
Oh my God, it's warmer in Moscow than it is where I am. I mean, that says something about Minnesota. I mean, it's supposed to be cold in Russia, and it's like 22 in Moscow. I don't know where.
Did you just look it up?
Yeah, I just typed weather Russia. I'm curious on the temperature. Obviously, we don't know where Russian.
Yeah, we don't know where he is. I mean, you can assume he's probably
Russian Gary.
In or near the major cities.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
St. Petersburg.
Russia's huge though, so who knows? Yeah.
Yeah, it's huge, but it's all like, from my understanding, it's pretty much vacant.
Okay.
Like, how many people even live there? It's not it's not like super populated for how big it is.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, there's way more Americans living here than Russia has. And I think a lot of it is uninhabitable because it isn't up north. It's pretty much like frozen and too cold.
A lot of it I think is just like almost uninhabitable. I think. I don't know. What do I know?
And I kind of feel bad when I look at like old kind of those old Russian cities. Like some of the architecture is nice, but like you can really tell they really have that depressing like communist like you could tell in the architecture, like it was like this was like oppressive, very oppressive fucking country, a communist country. You know what I mean? You could just tell because it's like that's what you would build if you didn't give. You know what I mean? There's no type of. It was, you know what I'm saying? You could still see it in the architecture, like the old stuff.
Yeah, I think I do.
Very dreary looking and. Oh man, it's so sad. You're like, dude, that's where we're all headed.
Well, I don't think they're going to change that architecture here. They're going to keep it Roman.
No. But I'm saying like that type of world that Russians had to live in, and I guess they semi still live in it. Is coming for all of us,
Russian Gary says, "Sure, I'd love to join you guys on Skype one of these days. Speaking of trauma, it traumatized me."
What traumatized him?
The movie Trauma we're talking about.
Okay.
It traumatized him around 1995 when he was a kid. It was a VHS with a terrible Russian voiceover. That is funny. Yeah, I saw Trauma right around the same time you did. I was a teenager, so it didn't traumatize me. Go ahead.
What's that movie about? I'll have to look it up.
Yeah, type Trauma 1993. It's about this I don't know. This person who's going around cutting heads off. It's kind of a mystery.
Oh shit!
Mystery. Yeah, this person's got a convenient little device. They it's a power, kind of like a power drill that's turned into a decapitator with a wire that gets wound all tight. Yeah, you put it around there. First, you got to knock them unconscious or paralyzed with a hammer. Then you put this power wire around their neck, and it cuts their head right off.
There you go.
So it's
now did Russian Gary find you through that? I'm assuming through that video of you shooting the location.
I imagine he typed, like trauma, 1993
location
movie into the. I don't think any of those videos have the word locations on the title.
Yeah,
I've been meaning to make see what I did is I did like a nearly hour-long review of a trauma, and I put some of the locations in the video. I should really just do a separate short video with just the trauma locations and call it that.
I know you don't want to give away your exact location. You had to drive to those places,
right? I drove. It wasn't that far, but it was far for me. Drive to basically to the Twin Cities, and I found 3 separate. Well, thanks to Beth, she helped me find one of them as well. But 3 separate locations. That was kind of fun.
Interesting.
If I really wanted to, see, the thing is, I'm not a fan of grumpy old men or anything. If I was, I could obviously try to find grumpy old men filming locations and stuff, but I don't care about grumpy old men. That was
those movies were.
Yeah, I mean, it's like for old people,
Yeah, my grandma and aunt, they were old and they used to watch.
See what I mean?
Yeah, you're right. I think that's how I found out about them. Through my grandma and old aunt.
Well, thank you, Russian Gary, for for your little history on trauma. That's fun. I'm glad the Blu-ray. I said at the beginning of the show, I'm waiting. Obviously, I'm going to get the Blu-ray. I'm just waiting for it to drop in price. Since I'm cheap, but yeah, we'll have to, hopefully in the future figure out a Skype with Russian Gary in the future. That'd be cool once you've proven your trustworthiness.
No, he's got to know what has to get censored. He hasn't. You know what I mean?
Oh, I totally understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like
Pretty much he'll pretty much. You can't talk about the boogeyman.
What's been going on around the last couple of years? Yeah.
Yeah, the boogeyman that's going around. I mean, he probably knows about YouTube censorship. I'm sure he's not living under a rock.
Yeah, well, I hope not. Oh, okay.
But you can't talk about the boogeyman. Oh, we talk about the boogeyman. But you have to be like, you have to dance around all the words, and you can't say, you know what I mean? You can't even say the thingy that goes over your face.
I can't.
You don't even.
I completely understand. Russian Gary says, "I'm in Moscow." I get.
Oh, he's in Moscow.
What you're saying about the dreary-looking communist
unbearable
architecture? Yeah. It's unbearable. The architecture has changed significantly in the last 30 years, though. That's good.
Yeah, no. I looked up some of the videos. Yeah, he's right. Some of the newer shit looks really cool.
Okay.
But like they have some really cool looking like new buildings that they put up that are like really. You should check them out. But yeah, like the most of the city's still that old communist fucking don't give a fuck, no, whatever, dreary like prison style architecture. But honestly, we have a lot of that shit happening now. Have you noticed our new architecture is starting to look a lot like that they're building? Is like, yeah, live in a box. This is great, modern, like no, it looks like there's no, it looks depressing and like you're in a fucking prison.
I know that I'm aware that they've been pushing that minimalist thing, and that's all in line with what they got coming.
Exactly. Yeah, they want you to be live in a pod, live in a little tiny box. Yeah,
I don't know have you seen Ready Player One, the movie, at all?
No, I never saw that. Oh yeah, I know what it's about though. Like, yeah, they basically what they want for us to live in our little fucking pods with our VR.
Yeah, it was like people living in like almost like just containers stacked on top of each other and living in VR. I mean, that's their plan for the future.
While they live it up.
While they live it up.
Yep, just stay in your VR. You're freaking. Oh God, so. Oh man, that's bad. Like literally, they're just gonna stack up shipping containers and be like, "There's your new home, buddy."
Well, yeah,
the
half of it is your home. The other half is the other family's home.
You're right. You don't even get the whole. Yeah, I forgot. You don't even get the whole shipping container. It's too much room for you.
Yeah.
No, we had to put a wall here. Sorry. Oh, guess what? The wall's paper thin, so you can hear them taking a shit.
It is paper, so.
Yeah, literally, it won't even. It'll be like biodegradable, good for the environment. That you can literally hear them taking a piss through.
Well, luckily, in the old days it would be loud, but luckily we have sex in VR now, so you won't.
That's true.
You won't be hearing us having sex because unless you're in the
no
VR.
one's gonna be having sex. They'll be in VR with their flashlights. You might still hear some moaning though, to be fair, but yeah, it won't be like.
Yeah.
You might still hear them doing like the phone sex stuff, to be fair.
Yeah. Okay.
Or like the VR sex. They'll still talk though.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
You scream to your neighbor next to in your fucking steel container, like, "Hey man, can you keep it down with the fucking dirty talk? I'm trying to sleep."
I gotta get up early for VR.
I gotta get up early. I gotta go. What's our jobs gonna be? I gotta go.
Well, you'll just put on the VR headset and work some robot in a factory on the other side of the world.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah. I gotta wake up to work in this little cube all day. Oh God, you're right, because you're gonna have to fucking, work in your little container too. You're not even gonna have a place to like, which is really sad if you think about it. Like, yeah, work sucks, but like, it sucks even more having to stay in your shitty container and work in there all day. You know what I mean? You can't even have like a way to get out of your container to work.
Oh my God.
Like, you imagine, like, you probably had plenty of days where you're like, yeah, it's nice out, take a drive to the video store that I work at, right? Like different environment.
Yeah. It's perfect top-down day. Let's go for a ride.
Yeah, and it's like it's a different building. It's like it's separate from your home life. I don't know. This work from home shit, man. It's okay, but it's like it's not all what they're gonna realize. It's not all what's cracked up to be. I mean, I guess it's all right if you live in like a nice house with like a nice backyard. But are you still there?
I'm still here. I'm just listening.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my sorry, my mom tried calling.
Oh, you can call your mom.
No, I have no desire. Yeah, she calls it nothing of importance. Trust me.
Want to watch Dracula?
Yeah. No, she's gonna be like, "Well, I made dinner. What do you want for dinner?"
Dracula's on Netflix.
What was I saying when she? I heard a beeping and it interrupted my train of thought.
Shit. Oh well.
But yeah. Oh, our jobs. Yeah, but there's gonna have to be a few people that leave their pod to like maintain the infrastructure, right?
Well, there'll be people in their pods controlling the robots that are maintaining the infrastructure.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that'd be like the only job that you get outside of your pod.
Oh,
it's like if you have to fix the robot or something at the factory or something or whatever.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Like they'll still have to be, like for at least for a while, you're still gonna have.
Well, until they have robot mechanics, yeah,
they'll fix robots. Yeah.
Until they have robots fixing robots, the humans will still fix the robots.
That's crazy to think about. Like you could get to a point where you literally have robots fixing other robots.
Isn't that scary?
You become absolutely. The only people that will matter is the people that have to. But then again, you could be like, well, eventually you're gonna have robots that fix the other. You're gonna have like robots that fix the robots that fix the robots. So, you know what I mean? It'll be like. Because you could say, oh, well, what about the people that have to fix the robots that fix the robots? It's like, yeah, until you replace those people too,
Oh my God.
Right? But then the only people left are the people that that are either going to be the masters that get to live, like you said, these luxurious king lives, or the people that are able to create like new robots. You know what I mean? Or whatever.
Yeah, the very few that create everything.
Yeah, like whoever's there to create everything. Exactly. So that's the future. I mean, and like you said, the population, I didn't say it before, but the population's going to be a lot lower. If you think they're going to let all these people they don't even want you living in a goddamn pod. I hate to say it. That's too much taken away from them. So this idea that like, yeah, we're going to have like all these people in pods. Like, no, it's actually going to be I don't even know the number, but it's not going to be that many, like compared to what
Yeah, I do know. So looks like up until just a few seconds ago, we got 3 listeners back. Yeah, but not no one. It's interesting. I wonder who the 3 listeners are because we don't have a lot of chat talk, so it's kind of interesting who's listening. But that's interesting how we both had the high school nightmares. Yeah,
dreams. Yeah.
Mine, like I say, mine were pretty much always the same thing. Like, okay, I've been skipping this class for the last 6 months, and graduation's next week. God, I hope I pass, which is just so.
Did you actually skip school in high school?
Not as much as I should have, honestly.
Did you get away? Did your dad care if you skipped, or did you have to like?
Yeah, I mean, my parents thought that the diploma was the greatest achievement I could ever do, so they cared.
They were kind of pissed. They pissed when you did shit like that. You were punished.
Well, I wasn't punished, but they didn't like me doing it. I didn't skip as much as I should have. Based on the dreams, I imagine I must have skipped certain classes. Otherwise, why would I have this dream about skipping a class here or there, not showing up for such a long time? But it just shows you how traumatizing that system is to youth, that we're plagued by nightmares.
It's your whole fucking youth, though. It's your whole youth. It's like 5 to 18. You there?
Yeah, I was just reading chat. I'm sorry. What did you say?
I say it's not even just like it's like our whole youth. It's our whole childhood. Youth.
Oh, I know. It's completely wasted. I mean, imagine
completely.
It'd be so much better, well spent, just teaching kids, self-sufficiency and growing food and building
whatever skills that they wanted,
building shelter.
Yep.
Instead of turning them into cogs for the machine. But Russian Gary says, I'm curious, where does Beth reside? Nate mentioned that the winter is not as bad where Beth lives as it is in Minnesota. I don't know if I ever said that. I mean, Beth lives in Minnesota because, we see each other every weekend. Yeah, so a little bit of miscommunication there, but Beth resides in Minnesota. Maybe, I don't know. I do a lot of talking every week on a show. Who knows what the hell I said, but she's in Minnesota as well. And just once again, Gary, this is the first time I think I've seen Russian Gary in the chat. So thanks for showing up and finding the channel. I should really do a separate little small trauma locations video, maybe. Because I don't think there's really any more on the YouTube that I saw, which was interesting. So, But it's funny how Russia is portrayed as being so cold, and it's nearly 20 degrees warmer than where I am right now.
Yeah, you're in one of the coldest parts of the country.
Yeah, the world. Let's see the. Okay, it's 4 degrees Fahrenheit where I am right now. I think it made it up to 5.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's what I said too. I think this is hopefully the last day we're gonna have a high in the single digits of the.
Well, they're all in Celsius. I don't think they know Fahrenheit.
Oh yeah, well when I do the search, the 22 is in Fahrenheit, not Celsius.
Yeah, I'll say what Gary would probably doesn't. He probably obviously familiar with Celsius temperatures.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Say he's here in single digits, and he's like, "What the fuck do you mean it's cold?"
Oh, okay, yeah, I can just click the C, and it's in Celsius. It'd be -16.
Yeah. Yeah, because that would be like not too cold. I think 6 Celsius is, I don't know, what's that, like 30 something, 25.
Who the hell knows?
So.
Well.
Yep. Well, what?
I think we both said well at the same time. I was just gonna say, approaching 4 hours of huge movie fanatics radio.
Yeah, it's been record breaking. Record breaking. So you got that 6. Did you buy the 6S new? I know it's kind of off topic.
Did I do? Are you talking to someone else?
No, you. I'm asking. Did you buy the 6S new?
Oh, yeah. I got it new. Yeah.
Oh shit! Did you ever replace the battery on it?
Well, no. I got it new. It was just 2 years ago.
Oh, you bought it new 2 years. Okay. So it was probably refurbished?
No, it was, from what they say, it was brand new from what they said, but I don't think it was refurbished.
Interesting. How's the battery been holding up?
Oh, the battery is fine. It's still at like 2 years later. The percentage of it is the the whatever you call it, the strength of it is 96%.
That's good. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I've had my iPhone SE, the new one, for almost a year now coming up, and my battery percentage is actually still at 100. I don't use my phone as much, but still. And I slow charge it. You know, I don't use the fast. I mean, I try to keep the battery good condition.
Yeah, I think slow charging is better for batteries.
Yeah, it's better. Yeah, and then obviously don't let your battery get too low. That's bad for it too.
Yep.
But yeah, do you like the new iPhone SE, or you're more of the mini fan?
Yeah, if I ever get another one, it's gonna be the something without the home button and just swipe up. I love that shit.
Yeah. What do you like about the swipe up versus the home?
It just gives you more screen real estate, and you don't have a button that might go bad in the future. I know that your button is probably
it's not even a real, but yeah, it's like
yours is taptic. I think mine's a real button still.
Yeah, yours can go bad. I think easier. You got to replace it.
Well, I wouldn't replace the button. I'd replace the phone.
Well, you could still just add that assistive home button touch. You know what I mean? If your button went bad, they have that. They have a home button you could put a. You know what I'm saying? Like digital.
No, I don't.
You know what I'm talking about, or
no, I don't. What are you talking about?
Oh, you didn't know that? Yeah, you could have a home button right on your phone right now. That's not the button.
You mean something that'd have to be physically replaced, or what?
Correct. Yeah, no, it's just on your screen. It's called assistive touch. It acts as a home button if you want it to.
Well, how the hell do you set that up?
You got to look it up online. It's in your settings.
Well, that's something cool. Yeah, I just as soon do that than keep clicking the home button.
Yeah, if you don't like clicking the actual button, yeah, I would. Yeah, you just set that up. You just click that.
Well, that'd be worth knowing.
Yeah, and you learn something new every day.
Yeah, Russian Gary says Russian winter is another stereotype. Yeah, pretty much everything. The older you get, the more you realize everything's kind of a stereotype.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, the new SE. I like that the fact that it's a lot cheaper than the Mini.
Right, but what I'd do is I'd probably get a like right now, for example, they're selling the 11 for $500, so I'd probably do something like that. In a year they'll be selling the 12 Mini for 500, so that's what I do. Yeah, I wouldn't buy the brand new one.
No. Yeah, but the thing is, 500 versus the SE is like 200.
I'm worth it.
You're what? You're what's worth it?
I'm worth the extra 200 for a non-SE,
a non-SE. Oh, man,
well, actually, no. Well, the SE is 400, not 300.
It's 400, but like you can find them for two. I bought mine for 250 brand new, and now they're like you can find them for 200 brand new all day, brand new, not even refurbished.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm saying they have the same CPU as the 11. They're like just as fast. I don't know. I like my SE. I get what you're saying. If you really don't want a home button, but then again, mine doesn't have a real home button. Like I don't know if it'll break. I mean, I guess eventually it might break, but it's not a physical button.
I hear you.
It just vibrates. That's all.
Yeah, I have separate devices for that.
Like I said, even the thing, you could just put the assistive touch on there, and not have to worry about it. But yeah, I get it. You want the more real estate.
I think you've got stock in iPhone SE, I think.
No, I don't think that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want them to go away. Like I like the small screen. Like I like that it's 5 inch. It's like a little under 5 inches. Like the mini's nice because it is still a smaller screen, but I don't want them to stop. I don't want iPhone to go to these huge ass phones.
Oh.
I still want them to have a smaller. So I have to be very pro SE because it's still the smallest iPhone they make for the screen size.
Right.
The screen's smaller than the Mini. The Mini is actually a little smaller, like the phone itself, but it has no bezels, so the screen ends up actually being a little bigger. But yeah, you know what I mean? Like do you like those big ass phones? Like I can't stand them.
There's no way I'd even, even if I could get it for the same price as a mini, I wouldn't get the max. I mean, it's just too big.
Yeah, but what about, you said iPhone 11? Have you felt 11? They're still like 6 inches, I think. They're still,
Yeah,
to me, they're big.
yeah, I hear you. I think I'd probably just get used to it and suffer.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but with the mini, you wouldn't have to suffer. Like, you could just get the mini and not have to worry about. You know what I mean? Like the 12 mini or whatever.
The one I got's doing fine now. I don't think I'll have to worry about it until probably after
a while.
The world's done. It blows up anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, technically, if you got it new 2 years ago, that phone will last you 5-6 years, easy.
Yeah.
Another couple of years. Yeah, until the world blows up. Yeah. So I guess the whole conversation's mute anyway, because it doesn't matter. Like, that phone is probably going to be your phone till the end.
Oh no!
Did you have an iPhone before that?
No, this is
I know people are like, is this a movie chat or an iPhone fucking channel?
Yeah, well, it's.
Well, when you go for 4 hours, it's like,
I can't talk for movies for 4 hours. No, this is my first, and I was before I got this, I was doing this cheap ass like Virgin.
Android?
What was it? Virgin? No, Virgin Mobile. I was doing this thing because I don't use the phone a lot. I had a pay as you go phone just for driving around in emergencies and stuff. And the way I had it, I was grandfathered in a long time ago, so I never used the thing. I only had to pay like $20 every 3 months for this phone that I was just basically for emergencies or whatever. So I was doing that, but then like 2 years ago, it's like Virgin Mobile was gonna, I don't know what the hell. Supposedly they were gonna be bought out by someone else. I don't even know.
By Boost.
Yeah, by Boost, right? So that $30 was like every 3 months was like $20 every 3 months was like the minimum for over a decade. And then I think that was going to go away or whatever. And plus, I've been wanting an iPhone forever, so
I got one. And were you happy with it when you got it? You're like,
because it's just like, to me, like just talking on the phone where you just have it on speaker and it's on the table in front of you. I mean, that's the only way to go versus holding this shit up next to your ear crap.
Well, that's why if I'm doing a brief conversation, I'll hold it up to my ear if I'm just gonna, you know what I mean? But if I have a conversation longer than like 2 minutes, I either plug in my headphones or I just use the Bluetooth headphones I have.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, when we do these frickin'
I have headphones on.
Long radio show. It's headphones, and then it's got a mic built in, or what?
Yeah. You buy $10 headphones that have mics built in them. Yep. Now.
So okay, what kind of $10? What brand $10 headphones?
Sony. You go to Target or Walmart. I either buy Sony or Skull Candy.
So
Sony makes a good one.
That's plugged in. You do it wirelessly or?
That's the thing. Right now I'm wired. I have the Lightning adapter because I don't have a headphone jack.
Oh, okay.
I have the Lightning adapter that goes to the normal 3.5, or sometimes I just use my Bluetooth headphones. I have headphones that are Bluetooth that also they have a mic built into them.
Well, very cool.
It depends. Like I said, sometimes I'll just use my Bluetooth. Sometimes I'll plug it in with my wired. So for these shows, I always use the wired one because it's better quality. The wired one has a better quality mic than the Bluetooth.
So the mic we're hearing you from is just on a $10 headphones?
Correct. Yeah, they sound pretty good. Good enough to. I mean, you tell me. You've been listening to it.
Yeah, it's too bad their freaking little Bluetooth speaker don't have the same quality mic, but oh well.
It's decent. You'd be shocked. It's decent. But the issue I think with the Bluetooth headphones is my Bluetooth headphones have a way better mic than whatever was in your Bluetooth speaker.
That's what I mean.
I don't know. They must have put the fucking shittiest mic. The only issue with the Bluetooth headphones is because they're like up by your ear, the mic, you're talking. They pick up your voice okay, but it's like it's not gonna be as good as having the mic like on my wired right in front of me. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's always trying to pick up your voice from behind you a little bit. I don't know. I mean, it works all right. It's good enough for phone calls and stuff and doing stuff like this, I guess. But
yeah, no complaints from me.
No, but I've been using my wired one every time we do it. So I've never actually used my Bluetooth to talk on the show because the quality's not as good.
Oh, okay, makes sense. Russian Gary says he just noticed Nate already uploaded Friday the 13th Part 2 novelization video that he promised to make. He wonders if they still make novelizations for new films nowadays. That's actually a good question. I would, if I had to take a guess, I'd say probably not. But I remember I was kind of a fan of Sky Captain in the World of Tomorrow when it came out in 2004, and I got a novelization of that. So that's an example from 2004 of them still making novelizations. But God, you know what? That's actually a good question. I'm gonna type.
Can you hear me, Nate? I just switched over to my Bluetooth headphones.
Yeah, it sounds goofier though, like you're far away.
Yeah, that's what I told you. It doesn't sound like you're as close.
Oh, okay. You're gonna switch back?
Is it bad? So I switch back over?
I'd say switch back over. It sounds like you're far away.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, it's
give me a second. I'm keep talking.
Yep, I understand. Let's see, movie. I'm just gonna search movie novelizations. That's a good question. Yeah, it looks like they still are making novelizations.
All right, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Better.
Yep, that's a lot better. So I understand that. Now we've got we've heard the difference between the two microphones.
But I'm wondering. I wonder if it was picking up my Bluetooth mic or if it was using the mic on my actual phone because my phone was sitting down.
Oh, it could have been the mic on your.
Maybe it was actually using the mic on my phone instead of the one on my Bluetooth.
It could have been. It sounded like you were across.
Because the audio went to my Bluetooth. I didn't verify what mic it was technically using.
Oh, you want to do another test?
Let me just try. You can keep talking. Let me just see.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Because I've never used these Bluetooth with my Skype. I'll do a test.
I'm gonna answer Russian Gary's question. This Disney movie by the name of Encanto, the Junior novel.
Right. Do I sound far away?
Yeah, that sounds crap again.
Okay, hold on. What about now? Any better?
Talk a little more.
All right. Now I'm talking close to my phone to check to see if it.
Yeah.
I'll blow into my mic.
Yeah.
No, is it? Is it? Did you hear? Does it sound closer? Or is it?
It sounds closer now. Yeah.
Okay, because it must be using my microphone on my phone.
Okay. So anyway, I think I've answered Russian Gary's question. There's a novelization for that Disney, whatever the hell it is, Encanto, the Junior novelization. I mean, it's funny how they got a Dune movie tie-in book. I mean, that was originally a book, so they're gonna make a book from the movie that was made from a book. I mean, that's just weird. Looks like Cabin in the Woods novelization. That's kind of an older movie.
So it sounds closer now? Like it sounds okay?
Yeah, it sounds okay. It still might not be as good as what we did the whole show with, though. We'd have to just talk a little more, though.
I'm going to walk really far away from my. We'll know for sure now because you might be just hearing my Bluetooth mic.
There's way too much.
Let me walk really far away and tell me if it sounds the same. All right, can you still hear me, or can you still hear me, or still hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you. The echo gone.
Does it sound any different, or?
Well, when you talk loud, we can hear this kind of annoying echo in your wooden walls.
Oh shit! Can you hear me though? The same volume?
We can hear you, but it's got this annoying wooden wall echo. Annoying black wooden wall echo.
All right, so my question is, it probably is picking up the Bluetooth mic then, because you wouldn't have been able to hear me. I walked really far away from my phone.
So I just as soon prefer what we did most of the show with, if that's okay.
Okay. No, that's fine. I'll switch over. I'll switch over.
It was a fun test. I'm gonna keep talking in the meantime. Looks like that movie from last year, Godzilla vs. Kong, has an official movie novelization by Greg Keyes. So I guess they still do movie novelizations. That was an extremely great question. Thank you, Russian Gary. I'm sorry. I probably shouldn't call you Russian Gary. now that you're the only Gary here, I guess. You can just be Gary.
All right, hear me now. I'm back.
Yeah, that just sounds so much better.
Well, yeah. They say for a brief phone call, they're fine, but I wouldn't want to do it on a live show,
Yeah, 4-hour plus show.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good.
So I don't know if you heard, but in all that, going back and forth between mics, we've realized that they still do movie novelizations, Matt.
What's that?
Oh, you don't know what a novelization is? It's when they take a movie and then they make a book from it.
Okay.
So it'll be the movie, but in book form.
Okay. Do they add stuff?
Well, they have to explain what's going on because you can't see it. So it's like
yeah. But they don't add. Do they add dialogue or add?
Yeah, in a lot of cases they do, because from what I understand, novelizations are basically taken from the screenplay. A lot of times stuff in the screenplay doesn't make it into the final movies. So
right.
A lot of times there'll be additional stuff, but that was just an interesting question that Gary asked, and we got the answer.
I didn't even know about that. I know that they make movies out of books, but
you didn't know they made books out of movies.
I mean, it makes sense. I just never makes sense.
How
what?
How long do you think you want to go today?
I was gonna get off soon, because I gotta eat dinner.
Yeah.
A couple minutes.
Just so you know, and for the future, don't feel like you have to stay on. I don't want to. Keep
me hostage.
Keep you hostage, yeah, in school.
No, it's fine. It's just nothing like. I do this voluntarily. I would never volunteer to go to school.
That's true. Plus, it's probably. Go ahead.
What?
No, you.
How much? If you had to live another day in school, all right. So you say you didn't have to, but you're gonna get paid, right? So you could opt out, or you could get we're gonna negotiate your pay for the day to go to school. If it's not satisfactory, then you just don't go. How much are you asking to sit through, to wake up in the morning, the whole thing, go to take the bus, whatever you did, whole thing.
Yeah, if they can't.
And you got to go home and do homework too.
Oh, homework.
So it's one of those school days that fucking suck, and you got all this work you got to go home and do, write a paper, do your math homework. One of those school days where you're not going home and having an easy day. You're also having to do homework.
Yeah, for anything less than $5,000, they can stick it.
Really, that high?
Of course. I'm surprised.
No shit. I would do it probably for.
I would have. I would have done it for $1,000 until you said homework.
Yeah, but that was how many days where you had to do homework?
You know what? That part of my life is gone.
I would probably do it for. Shit, that's a good question. Because that's you got to think that's a whole day worth of work, more than 8 hours, because you're doing homework now. So, shit.
You can't answer your own question.
I'm thinking of a dollar amount. Probably. I guess it depends on how strapped I am for money too. That's a whole variable there. How do I really need the money? I would probably do it for $400 starting.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
I guess we know who hated school more.
If it's only for one day and I'm getting paid, I'll deal with it. You know what I mean?
Well, wouldn't you just as soon have 5,000?
Well, that 5,000's a lot of money. I mean, yeah, I'd rather have 5,000, but if it was a realistic offer on the table, realistically offer on the table, you can actually get paid to go back. Because I'm thinking of how else would I be able to make $400 in one day? You know what I mean? I realistically can't.
Oh, okay. I guess I see what you're saying. Maybe
from a realistic standpoint, you need the money.
I might not be taking the question serious enough. I mean,
yeah.
Honestly, that if you just
right now, bro, I'm sure you don't have all the money in the world saved up, and someone realistic is school for only one day, but you got to do the homework and you got to do it right, and blah 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 blah. Like,
yeah, okay.
Someone gave you $500.
I was just gonna say 500. That's the lowest.
Yeah, I was thinking 500, but I was like, you know what? I might go down to 400. If any less than 400, fuck that.
If the teacher was hot, you'd go to four down to 400.
Yeah, because any less than 400, then I'd rather just. Because think about it, you could probably get some job making 20 an hour and work for 12 hours.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So that would be really creeping up on, so I'd rather do that than go to school. Like, I'd rather work a shitty job for 12 hours than go to school and do all that shit. So it would have to be like more than I'd realistically be able to make at any job. That's my asking offer.
Yeah, I guess I'll go down to 500.
There you go.
Gotta be.
We have a winner.
One day only.
Yeah, but that would be not bad. $500, and you get to relive the shitty. Oh man, can you imagine that?
No, I don't want to.
I know, that's why you're getting paid $500.
Oh, I'm not getting paid anything to imagine it.
That's true. Yeah, you're right. How much do I have to pay you to imagine it? Like $50? Imagine it?
I'm not gonna imagine it.
Oh man.
Well, how are you gonna pay me? PayPal or what?
No, it's all right. I'm not. You don't have to imagine it. I don't really want to have to pay out. I'm trying to save up.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're saving up for the. It was funny how last week you got all hung up on Mustang shopping.
Yeah, because I'm torn between cars and getting the property, and I don't have all the money in the world, so I can't be pissing money away on a car and then go get property. It's fucked, man.
I know. I hear you.
Dune. Did you already read that comment about Dune?
No, but I was saying when I was looking for if they were doing novelizations still, I came across Dune, like novelization from the movie, and I made a comment that hold on.
Did you see that movie?
Hold on one sec. And
Okay.
it was funny because I was like, okay, so you've got a movie based on a novel, and then you're going to make a novelization based off the movie based off a novel. So he's just laughing at that. It's just like funny. I didn't see the new one. It's kind of because I'm not a fan of the first one, so I'm not really a fan of the idea. I'll probably see it at some point.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing I don't like
it looks stupid.
The thing. Oh, you saw it?
No, I just don't want to. It looks stupid.
The thing I don't like about it is, apparently it's just the first half of 2 parts or whatever. So it's like, even if you see it, it's like, okay, then you didn't really see the whole thing yet. And I've never been a fan of the story.
It just looks not appealing to me at all.
Okay. Yeah, I hear you. They're just, I like, it's the same guy who did the more recent Blade Runner, and I like that. So I'm interested in the visual aspect of it more than anything else.
Yeah. I get it. I like having nice visuals, but I got to have more than just visuals to watch a whole movie. You know what I mean?
Did you call it an old movie?
A whole movie.
The
whole movie. Like, I can't watch a whole movie just because the visuals are nice. I got to have like.
Well, what else do you need besides Jennifer Love Hewitt?
She in the new one?
No, that was a joke based on our talk last week.
Oh, but that had other shit besides her.
Oh, okay.
That had some, it wasn't. It wasn't like, I don't know. Dune just looks so, I don't know. Just like, I don't know. I watched a couple scenes.
Let's face it looks bland, doesn't it?
Very bland, yeah. I watched a couple scenes on YouTube, and I couldn't even make it through the fucking scene on YouTube. I was like, I'm not gonna watch it. How can I watch the whole movie?
It looks like one of those movies that's like is trying to be all serious and edgy.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, I'm good.
All right.
And everyone's like, it's the best movie ever. I'm like, okay. I guess everyone, okay.
Oh, Gary brings up a pretty good point. He says Nate doesn't like films that come in parts. How many parts are there in Friday the 13th again? That's pretty good. Well, to be fair, when they made the first one, it was, it wasn't. It was a movie that's all one thing.
Yeah, those parts are all aren't they all their own movie contained in one? It's not like you have to watch.
Every time they make one, it's not like they have a planned next one they're making. I mean, or at
least Dune's fuck all that. Yeah.
But that's a pretty good point, though. It's a good argument. It's a funny little comment there. I appreciate it. That's interesting how, like, most of the listeners, I guess maybe it's because of the time or something, but it's like they're all mostly out of the country. That's interesting.
Yeah, no Americans are here.
Well,
they're all at work now, man. It's not like last year where they were sitting home collecting their bucks. Now they're all work.
Yeah, I think we were talking about that last year. Must have been why we had higher turnout.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, because everyone was at home. Yeah. And you probably lost like half your audience, at least for the streaming, because they were probably at home collecting their Biden bucks.
Yep. Damn it.
I know. It's like you benefited. You like get double trip. Like you benefited from that. For you, like for your streaming, obviously.
Oh well.
It's funny. Nate. They were saying 2020 and even into 2021, stay home, stay safe. Yeah. Remember they were screaming, "You got to stay home, you got to stay home," and I didn't stay home. I would go out. But now they're telling you get back to work, get back to work. You know what I mean? Now I'm doing the opposite. Now I'm saying stay home, stay home. Don't go to work, stay home. Right? Like I'm not kidding though. Like I'm like, no, I'm staying home. Actually,
That's funny.
I'm staying safe. What?
Yeah, now you're staying safe.
Yeah. No, because now they need you to work, right? How are we gonna? We need to work. We need to do all. No, we don't. We need to stay home. We need to not work. We need to relax.
Yeah.
Stay safe.
Oh my God.
You just do the opposite,
That's funny.
That's what I tell my mom. She's like, "Get a job." I'm like, "No, I'm staying home. I'm staying safe."
You're staying safe. Oh my! What does she say? What does she say to it?
She's an asshole. She has no real response.
Oh my God.
I just say I'm on strike. That's what I say. I'm on strike. Literally, that's what I am. I'm on strike. No, I'm rebelling. No, I'm staying home. I'm on strike.
Okay.
I'm not contributing to this fucking bullshit.
I do.
At least for now, and as long as I can get away with it.
Looks like it's 12:20 in the morning in Moscow.
Holy shit.
It's just, isn't that crazy that some guy in Moscow is listening to our voices right now? That's just insane to me.
Yeah. Our voices travel real fast through that electricity.
Gary says, true, the first Friday was intended to be a complete story with no sequel to follow. At least the screenwriter intended so before they came up with the whole Jason jump scare in the end. Yeah, you could argue that. I mean, it was like set up for, I don't know if it was, the end of it was so much set up for a sequel. It was just kind of like creepy end, the zoom in on the lake with the drops or whatever. But yeah, Gary.
Isn't it weird if we were to have this conversation and we were to like send it through a pipe? Now I don't even know if the sound wave would go. I don't know how far the sound wave would. I mean,
not
I don't
very
know.
far. Yeah.
Like, would it be? Yeah, or would it be able to travel? I guess that even if you just talk through a wire, like back in the day, you just speak through the wire, like through the can, and you went through the wire.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, but that would probably still go at the sound. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but wouldn't that sound still travel at whatever 700 miles an hour? Whatever sound travels at.
I would think so. I don't know.
I guess my thing is like I don't know how far sound can travel on its own, like in a vacuum. I don't know. Assuming that it can travel indefinitely, how long would it would take a while to get to Moscow, even like on its own speed?
Oh my God.
You know what I mean?
Oh, going the speed of sound, yeah.
Yeah, it still would take a bit to get over there. It'd be a huge lag, right?
Yeah, it'd be a lag, yep.
So it's just interesting to think that like, oh, we're talking and then it like condense. I don't know how it exactly does it electronically, but like you said, it takes the vibrations and makes them into an electronic signal that can be it's weird. It's like we're taking our voices and they're just like putting them in electronic signal and fucking zapping that, like the rate of like electricity travels pretty fast. Like, I mean, I don't know exact speed, but like almost as fast as light, really fast. So isn't it interesting? Like just taking our sound waves and just zapping them over to Moscow almost instantly.
That's what I was saying earlier. Is freaking amazing.
Yeah.
Gary says it's actually 12:20 12 or 2:21 a.m. in Moscow right now. What did I say? I thought I said, maybe I said 12 or maybe I said p.m. Didn't I say the correct time, Matt? Because
a.m. You said a.m. I thought.
Well, yeah. Well, that's what it is. A.m. in the morning. Yeah. So I don't know what he's saying. I thought I said that right.
He says it's actually 2:21.
Well, later. Yeah, it is 2 minutes later after I said it's 2:19. I mean, right now.
You said it was 12.
Oh, I said 12 versus 2. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Well,
yeah.
Okay.
It's even later.
It's even. Yeah, I meant.
He's a night owl.
I meant
He's
2.
a night owl.
I meant 2.
Now, is Gary from Russia? Is he working or is he staying safe?
Well, that's for him to share
or personal,
or not. Yeah, I'm not. I don't demand facts from our listeners.
That's true. I'm just curious because I'm staying safe. I'm staying safe from the mind boogeyman. That's actually real.
Oh.
You know? I don't want to be catching that mind boogeyman, the mind one that's going around.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So
yeah,
if you must, are you on the show? Because maybe you're one of the 2 listeners, Matt.
Yeah, I'm on the show. Yeah,
oh, okay. So it's the 2 listeners are you and Gary then.
Yeah.
Oh, it's getting towards that time.
Yeah, I just think it's so crazy how just. It's saying you send a video instantaneously through that, zaps it through that electricity.
That's crazy. I'll still just never be able to believe, like I say, that someone in Moscow right now is listening to us and typing.
Yeah, because what if you went back in time and told your little 8-year-old self that you'd be able to have a show on the internet and have like people in Moscow and Australia listen to you?
I'd probably be like, well, of course, just like with the flying cars. I mean, obviously.
Yeah. You're like, oh, I've got a lot to tell you about the future, sonny boy.
Okay, we're not going to read his new comment here, but he's been through some stuff.
Oh, no.
And he's had something happen. We're just going to keep our thoughts to ourselves, aren't we, Matt?
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're hanging in there, Gary, and I appreciate you finding the channel.
Yeah.
He does.
I guess he doesn't know where. Huh?
He does say he's working now. Okay.
Oh, he's working. Yeah. Wow.
Thank you for that little bit of info. That was appreciated.
I'm not working, and I'm in a shed. I'm staying safe in my shed.
Yeah, that's
like the doctor tells me.
That's what I hear the doctors say are the safest sheds and
sheds, no sunlight, just bunker down.
No,
yeah, preferably
coming. No sunlight or oxygen.
I get some light. But the boogeyman, I stay away from the boogeyman, and then I put my facial thingy. What's a better word for the thingy?
I honestly just like thingy, honestly.
Yeah, I put the thingy on my face to keep away the boogeyman and the bad spirits, the bad voodoo. It really is like it's the point where it's like religious superstition, like beyond,
It's true. Well, yeah.
Like even if you were to like believe the whole narrative, like even they say the thingy doesn't do anything. It's like even they admit and say all this. It's not like I'm, So I don't know. It's just, but the people like the thingy. It makes them feel good, secure,
Yeah, it's something.
When I was going to the parts store to get my hose for my Miata,
yeah,
I was holding the hose in my hand, right, and I'm like walking into the store, and some guy is walking out of this, or he's walking next. I don't know. He's on the sidewalk in front of the store, and I'm walking by him. And he's wearing the thingy on his face. And he's like, "Are you my Uber driver?" And I'm like, "No, I'm just going to the store to get a part." Like I hold up the hose. He's like, "Oh, I should have saw you at the part." Of course not. I just thought it was funny. I don't know. It was funny because he had the thingy on his face.
Oh, so that was the funny part. Okay.
Yeah, it's like I can't see his like expressions. I just see eyes and a voice. It's just I can't get over that. I'm just like scary? I don't see your what.
I said, isn't that scary? It's stupid.
Yeah, you could be like, it's just creepy. It's like I don't see if you're smiling or frowning or anything. I don't see half your fucking face.
I know.
But you're talking to me. It's like a little bot or something.
It is. It's something.
it's going to do some fucked up shit to these kids the longer this goes on. Like, I can't even imagine having to grow up not seeing.
Well, I just saw this comment on a video I was watching where, kids who started school in the last 2 years, I mean, this is all they've known of school. I mean, it's just tragic. We thought school was bad before.
Oh my God. I know. It was horrible before. It was literally, you have nightmares in your 30s. It was that bad. And now, can you imagine? Oh my God.
Can you imagine the nightmares?
Oh, it would be like, oh my God. It would be literally like, oh, Jesus Christ. It's something out of a literal horror movie. Where before, school was like really shitty, but it wasn't like something out of a horror movie per se. You know what I mean?
Speak for yourself.
Well, you know what I mean. Like, it wasn't that level of creepy. It was just like, oh, this fucking sucks. It feels like prison, but it's not like, now it's like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like,
yeah,
and then like you hear stories of like, it's unbelievable. Anyway, I'm gonna get going, Nate, because I gotta eat dinner and my mom keeps texting me and blah blah blah.
That's cool. 4.5 hours is plenty of weekly banter.
What did we do last week?
Pretty much 4.5 hours.
Oh, he didn't understand what we meant. Oh, he gets it now. The boogeyman. Yeah.
That's okay, Gary. Thanks for.
He'll catch on.
I'll probably. Yeah, right. I'll have a word with Gary here after we let you go.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, man. I'll talk to you later.
Talk to you later. Have a good one.
Yeah, I'm staying safe. See you.
Good to hear it. Talk to you. Bye. All right. Yet another, let's see, what's it say? 4 hour and 17, we might as well say 18-minute conversation with Matthew Heagerty. I'm going to probably be heading out. Gary, any last questions or comments before I end the show for the week? You're saying bye, Beth. Beth isn't here right now. Or did you think I'm Beth? That's okay for using that word. I'll probably just delete this. Here, let me just no offense, but I'm going to delete. Okay, hold on one sec. I'm going to delete this word because I don't like seeing this word because it's just, we see it way too much as it is. So that pretty much does it for the show. Any final comments or questions, Gary? Thanks once again for finding the channel. I'm just going to wait for a while to see how cheap Trauma Blu-ray gets before I jump on the purchase. Then everyone can be sure that I'll stop on by to do a review of the Trauma Blu-ray, which I imagine is amazing because it's Vinegar Syndrome, and having seen some screenshots and stuff, I'm sure it's amazing. So I guess that pretty much does it. Looks like no final words from Gary. Thanks for showing up. I'm pretty sure this is the first time we've seen, I guess, quote unquote, Russian Gary in chat. Very cool to see new, I guess I can't say faces, new letters, new names. Guess that pretty much does it for the show this week. All right. Thanks a lot for listening. And if all works out, well, you just said one thing here. Gary says, Nate, I'd just like to thank you for a great live stream. 4.5 hours is impressive. Yeah, this is about where my brain really starts to turn into mush. I don't know if I can do more than 4.5 hours. Gary says, see you later. All right. Thank you very much for showing up. Hope to see you in the future. And we'll see you next time.